just aren't words that, you know, like, I remember reading an article saying, like, your average person who's a native speaker of a specific language knows roughly 40 to 50,000 words. But there's, like, twice that in most languages. So it's like... at least with, like, all of the different ores, like... yeah, most people don't know, like, what quartzite is, but, like... It's a rock, right? So... I mean, tetrahedrite, like, once you know, it's like, oh, okay, that's the... I get this and this from that thing, or galena, I get this and that from that. And... Russians have the translation. What's your original language, if you don't mind me asking, Metricola? Because you said that you don't speak English natively. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed, yes. But anyway. I wasn't born today, and I'm not very young indeed, so I'm still a child. Or I feel like a child. But hour 40 minutes into Strum. Pretty good time. Where pizza reigns? Italy? It's either Italy or New York. But New Yorkers speak English, so... I'm just posting a thing somewhere. I'm just reading a thing real quick to see if I can say this out loud or not. Spitalier! Thank you so much for keeping that sub alive for almost a damn year. Good to have you back, man. Thanks for the first notification of the day. And the 300 bits. Cheers, man. I want to bring the record player back. So bad. Can't wait, man. Can't wait. So, Twitch Prime is getting renamed. This actually wasn't supposed to come out for a little bit, but it's official. Twitch Prime is getting renamed to Prime Gaming. Never burp after taking a shot of Gentleman Jack. I don't know what that is. But thank you very much for the first bits of the week, Spitalier. And I look forward to next month when you get a fancy, shiny new hat. Prime Gaming is what they're changing the name to. It actually leaked earlier today, but the email just went out. Hats are indeed great. It's still exactly the same thing. Twitch Prime is still exactly the same thing. When I initially read the leak, I thought they were renaming Twitch to Prime Gaming, and I damn near punched out a window. And then I reread it and was like, oh, it's fine. They're not renaming Twitch. Just Twitch Prime. Prime Gaming. Yeah. Prime Gaming. Verp is when you burp, but some vomit comes with it? That's... ew. But yeah, I'm glad that you like the hats, and thanks for the ludicrous amount of support over the year. Seriously, Spitalier, it's been good to have you. Enjoy the lurks, the Kopek. Cheers, man. All right, so this fort is almost tantrum spiraling, but we're gonna try and save it today. Yesterday, I wasn't sure if I was going to keep playing on this fort at all, but there's a is that a cat or a chicken? It's a chicken. The mangled dead chicken over there. This fort is having problems, so we're gonna try and save it. This fort was always kind of a cult fort anyway, but it's just, that's all I can really say about it. Basically, the whole shtick for this fort is we expel everybody who isn't part of a specific religion or worships a certain deity, or has family members that are already in the fort that are part of that religion and or deity. And the problem is not just that, but also they get really upset when you expel family members like cousins and shit. So they're like not very happy with us at all. And even the happy dwarves are like kind of angry, and it's just constant tantrums. Also, Magna's dead, apparently. That was a way to start. Magna's dead. Sorry, Magna. Somebody just killed Magna. I'm not sure who. Also, the rooster was found dead. And Chocobo, the administrator's throwing a tantrum, but you're in prison, so that's fine. We'll see. We're gonna try and like move stuff elsewhere in the fort. And Jelly, thanks for keeping that subscription alive for 20 months. Cheers, friend. It's a damn long time. It's always a pleasure to see you when you're here. And the third subscription in 5 minutes, so that's hype.
Nice.
Thanks, Moose. For the 7 months. Cheers, guys. We're keeping those subs alive. Good timing on that. I think if someone else resubs, that'll bump it up to level 2. But. All right. So we're out of refined coal. I think I have coal set to go. Just gonna stop smelting everything and just focus on making charcoal, although they're not doing that. So I need someone to make charcoal. I got this peasant down here. Do you have any jobs? Not really. You have wood burning? Let's give you wood burning. Still don't understand why everyone prefers to make tunnels in the mountains. What do you mean? You hope I succeed? I've been succeeding for years now because I'm still here, Moose. So thank you. Slightly? Yeah. Slightly. I have a feeling we're just going to get invaded today or something and everybody's going to die. It's going to be horrible. So the actual fort defense system that I'm working on is this down here. Which is getting close to being finished. I still need to get all these boulders out of here, but Anyway, it's this big ol' water reservoir that's going to fill up and drown anything that comes in through this way. I've got these 2 bridges here that'll seal the whole thing off, and they'll have to walk all the way around underneath that and then all the way around up to here. I still need to make a drain for it because I don't actually have a drain for it, but it'll be fine. So we're going to work on a drain now. That's today's goal for the next little bit, is we're going to make a drain for this. And once we have a drain set up for this, then we're going to begin moving the whole fort into the underground. This game you will need. It's not that bad. I'm sure we'll be just fine. Even if this fort falls, the world will live on. Which is all that really matters. As long as the world lives on. then everything is fine and dandy. And thank you for the well wishes. And thanks, guys, seriously, for the resubs. Cheers. But currently the named dwarves that are still alive, because we've gone down quite a bit. We were up to 48 yesterday, but we went down to 30. Axon, Big Swiss, Mossy Griffin, Flowy Ghost, Eric Shadowblade, the Sheriff, Chocobo, the Administrator, who's perma in prison right now, Patolis, Cyralac, Pablo, Hops, Goats, Junior the Just, Wave Depletion, Chat, who's a vampire, and Vin, and Bastet, and War Merchant. I mean, if we start a new fort, we just need to start a new fort and a new, what's it called? On a new faction. Well, it'll be fine. No problems there. Yeah, and a new civ. Exactly. New civilization, and we'll be totally fine. We wouldn't want to have anybody getting Civilization 5 PTSD. Only Civilization 6 players allowed here. That wasn't even a funny joke. But yeah, we will attempt to continue this religious cult today. And although I was kind of considering just ending it yesterday, but then I didn't, so. I kind of wish that you need at least one person to cheer or something, and actually we kind of did, but in order to trigger the hype trains, because for me, I think that just the hype trains that are started with nothing but like resubs are a little silly. I love the map in Civ 6. Civ 6 looks so pretty. I know a lot of people didn't like the graphics, like that was a big hang up for some people, but for me, that game was so pretty. It's just so fucking pretty. You got a drug test today? Well, best of luck, Square. Like, this is what I mean by ads about drugs on Twitch. This. Like, Twitch, please. Yes, I talk about needles a lot on the internet, but those are needles that keep me alive. Those are good needles. Yeah, I hope everybody's having a good Friday. Or not Friday, Monday. I don't know why my brain thinks it's Friday today. Why someone might need needles? Yeah, I don't know. It's just this thing that I need, that I feel like is a conspiracy theory. It's like, I think Twitch is listening to everything I say. Weird. And telling Amazon. Weirder. Not really. It's something that you kind of get used to. Stolen apricots. You know, that buzzard's earned those apricots. The buzzard can keep those apricots. You need to take all of yours? You should go take all of the drugs that you need to take. Because taking all of the drugs is important. Assuming they're drugs that you need to take. Good question. I don't know. You should ask that vulture. Maybe he will have more information for you. Got tons of wood. Wonder why my wood burner ain't doing the wood burning. I got 2 wood furnaces. I don't know. It's like, I'm pretty sure that vultures don't eat apricots, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's not a thing that they consume. Goats is stumbling around obliviously. Goats, I think your days are numbered, unfortunately. It's very unfortunate, but I have this suspicious feeling that your dwarf is going to keel over soon. Decaying or dead apricot? Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't. It's just like when I get all of those ads saying vaping is illegal. I'm like, no, that's the States. Come on, be right here. It's perfectly legal where I'm at, Twitch. It's just the one. I think the other one's still alive too. Oh, no, they're both still alive. The Ranger, wait, no, that's wave depletion, not War Merchant. Yeah, no, the other one I think got expelled, not killed. Yeah, because you still have War Merchant the Miner, but the other War Merchant I think got expelled. Okay, so let's just dig over to there. Remove all of these. Just give the water somewhere to flow. Oh, really? Huh. That's interesting. Yeah, I thought that they were more of a, like, meat scavengers. I mean, the more you know. Also, seeing people say that something mostly lives on carry-on is funny now that that game exists. It's like, I'm sorry that they have to play that game. Chocobo's been missing for a week. I know exactly why, too. So Chocobo was just, like, non-stop tantruming and causing a lot of problems, so I kind of locked the door. You know, we're an evil cult. Nah. I just kind of locked the door to where Chocobo was. Sorry, Chocobo. They'll find the body eventually. And I couldn't expel Chocobo because Chocobo's child wasn't present. I just kind of locked the door. Sometimes I have to do things in Dwarf that makes me feel genuinely bad. There you go. Found dead, dehydrated. But what kind of plants do they eat, Stone? Out of curiosity? Wow. Okay, I just got an eyelash in my eye. Because that would be me learning something about vultures today. Very Bluebeard. I don't know if I've ever heard someone refer to one of my tactics as Bluebeard before, but... I mean, it's effective. Oh, I need empty cages. I should also spell wood correctly. You know the rules and so do I, Prosextra? They may rarely feed on plant matter and shoreline vegetation, pumpkin, coconut, and other crops, live insects, and other invertebrates. Interesting. Hmm. Do 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 do. I kind of want to get the 45 for that. I kind of really want to own that on vinyl. Just because that would be a neat song to have on vinyl. I've learned about turkey vultures. Yeah, me too. I didn't know that about turkey vultures. But autumn has come. Yeah, so priority number 1 is just get this trap finished. And once this trap is finished, then we can let the murder commence. Well, not necessarily let the murder commence, but then we can actually dig and work on the underground area. Let's make these out of granite. Although I'm running out of granite blocks. Yeah, I think I'm suffering from a case of the Mondays today. Which is funny, because it's not even my Monday. Saturday's my Monday. But, like, my brain's just, like, not functional today. Hey, Kibbs. It's good to see you. How you been? Oh, I thought I had more of those. Let's use granite. All right, so that'll be my drainage system. Let's make another lever. And I'll call it sloosh drain. Oh, did you not know that they were called buzzards? Hmm. Yeah, that's a very common thing over here. Replace the battery terminals in your truck since the battery was flat and they were pretty much falling apart. Really? Sounds like fun. I find that stuff like oddly entertaining. Like fixing and repairing stuff is very satisfying. Oops, I just realized. Got one extra one in there. You're just depressed, so every day is essentially Monday? For me, it's tough when, like, when I'm tired and, or not necessarily depressed, but like, today, the reason I'm having a case of Mondays is my voice is fucking going. Because, like, I didn't stream for 5 days, right? So now that I'm back, it's like, I can't speak at all. Oh, God, help. I sound like a chain smoker. And that part's been kind of difficult. Feeling accomplished it's a good thing. It goes a long way. But yeah, the summer blues has been rough for me. I'm a little bit better. Not as bad as Cyrolac the Butcher, who just fell into depression, who just canceled his job because of depression. The caravan has arrived. Just gonna ask them to bring me metal and sell them food, probably. Also, there's a couple new faces in this stream today, so if you found the stream for the first time today, thank you. Thanks for taking the time to pop in. Junior the Just is bringing an item to depot. Mike Wazowski, did you turn in your paperwork? Don't forget to hand in your paperwork, Mike Wazowski. It's like the only voice I can fucking do. It's funny, people ask me to do more voices. I'm like, I've got like one, and that's me and Chainsmoker. And not Chainsmokers as in the kind of bad artists. Just Chainsmoker as in like, bleh. And it will take a while? Gotcha. What's the project, if I can ask? I've been dealing with the feelings that I deal with every year. It's just tougher this year. Oh shit. Source Skull, the dwarven child withdraws from society. Summertime's always rough for me. Like it's the hardest season of the year for me personally. It's always that way. It's always been that way. Okay, so you claim a Craftsdwarf shop, I think? Yeah, you claim the Craftsdwarf shop. Okay. I don't know. I'm pretty happy with the way my apartment is, cleanliness-wise, and there's plenty of things in my apartment that make me happy, so it's pretty easy to distract myself from my brain, but here comes a ring. I mean, yeah, probably some sort of wooden artifact based on how much wood this kid's grabbing. Oh, trust me, like, I had this moment last night where I just, not really like a moment, but like, you know when you like realize something and you're like, I feel like crap, and then like suddenly you realize why you feel like crap? I was just like sitting like in front of my TV, rewatching Drive to Survive on Netflix, the F1 documentary series, because it's just a really well-made set of documentaries, and I've been watching F1 recently. And I've been rewatching that. It's the first season of it, because it's been 2 years. And I just kind of like sat up and had this, God damn, I'm really fucking lonely right now. Like the thing that I would give to just like go to a pub with a friend the way I used to. Man. It's like that's the cause of the majority of my head problems right now. It's just like I can't like just do what I used to do. So it's like I've had to find new ways of like dealing with the normal summer blues, which I used to be pretty good at dealing with, you know? Go to metal shows. That solves the problem. But the isolation of being self-employed and also Chad who's throwing a tantrum is a vampire who's locked in a room, so that's fine. It's like being self-employed plus living alone plus working from home plus being at high risk if you get sick is like, man. Oh, wow. Don't have liquid silicone and rubber and a heat molding machine? Yeah, that's quite the project. Well, good luck on that. It's one of the few animes I've actually finished. And mangas. I read the manga and watched the anime. Like the manga more. Also, Ripterus, what's up? There's tantruming. Nothing has changed. You have about 300 cases total. We were doing really well, but since Canada Day, so since the 1st of July, the idiots have gotten more obvious. Some migrants have arrived. Like, they've gotten a lot more obvious. Wrong god, I'm sorry. I can't. Oh, your spouse isn't present. Also the wrong god. This is why running a fort like this is tough. Child has begun a mysterious construction. Let's get Flowy Ghost up here to trade. Just playing games. Good stuff. I mean, I can pretty much go wherever too, but like there is no lockdown order, right? But if I get sick, I'm in the hospital for 2 weeks minimum. I can't afford that. The stream can't afford that. And it's just not worth it, you know? And I'm not willing to put that much time into being in the hospital, right? Straight up, just, I'm not willing to do that. Like, would I die? Probably not. Our survival rate's pretty good. But I can't take that risk at all. Also, hey, Ant. What's up? Generally, it's not that bad, but there are times where it gets bad. Once winter rolls around, I'll be fine again. Because mentally, I do way better in the winter. Which is maybe a little odd, but... Let's buy a couple books. It's an expensive one. We'll get that one. Yeah, it's been a fun year, Stone. But at the same time, I realistically have nothing to complain about. I have the best job in the world. I have an incredibly supportive community that hangs out and listens to my voice as I babble every day. I host podcasts. I get to be creative. I make things for a living. I am one of the luckiest people in the fucking planet. So as tough as this year has been, I don't feel like I have the right to complain. So, you know, at the end of the day, just thanks for letting me do this, guys. Only if you sexualize them. Super long wait list, and he isn't accepting right now. Plus, I can't afford to pay another $3,000 for a suit. Yeah, that's like that 1 month there where I was considering buying Stormtrooper armor. Kind of happy I didn't. Saxul Zimnish, the Dwarven child, has created Alavanthir, a large schistat. Is that an instrument? And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Tosid Gorge Earth. It's worth 40,800. Yeah, it is. This is a large schistat. All Kraftsdorf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular cherry opal cabochons and decorated with cave spider silk. This object menaces with spikes of ginkgo wood, alpaca leather, cherry opal, and fortification ogate. The schistat is a mid-sized stationary percussion instrument. It consists of 5 stone belts and is attached to a ceramic stand. The musician plucks the bells of the instrument, has nearly a 2-octave range, from a mid-high to a very high pitch. The instrument has a full choppy piercing timbre. Yeah, well, the instruments in Dwarf Fortress, the names are generated, right? So they don't exist in real life. Although sometimes it'll be like, it's a cocktool. And then you'll read the description, you're like, no, game, that's bagpipes. Don't be dumb. But would you have to pay for going to the hospital in the States? In Canada? No. Hospital stays are free. I would be bankrupt tonight right now from my hospital stays this year alone if I lived in the States. Actually, no, the ambulance ride I took this year probably would be bankrupt me on its own. Because it's like $1,000 for 5 minutes in a ambulance or something. And I was in an ambulance for about 30 minutes this year. Which would have been enough time to bankrupt me. God damn, there's a lot of naked mole dogs. Can you tame naked mole dogs? You fucking can. But yeah, no. I don't have to pay anything to go to the hospital. I do not. Which means I'm extremely fortunate. I wouldn't be able to stream full-time if I was type 1 diabetic in the States. I would have to go find a job with health insurance instead of streaming, which is definitely not a job with health insurance. Chat has gone berserk. Hey, chat, did you know that you've gone berserk? Did you die yet? No, you're still, like, wandering around on and off, depressed. Yeah, no, you're fine. You're just haggard due to the tremendous stresses placed on you. You get state healthcare? Yeah, I would be bankrupt. Makes me sad too, Stone. Prosectra? You know, there's being rude, and then there's just being a dick. You know, you're just kind of being a dick. Like, I'm way below the poverty line, and I have thousands of dollars of audio equipment right here. People have hobbies, and they invest in their hobbies. Let people invest in their hobbies. Don't be an ass. Stray alpaca found start? Oh shit, right. I need to move more of the alpacas underground. So I got too many of them above ground. It's all good. Just, like, realize what you're saying before you say it, right? Everybody has hobbies. Also, I'm pretty sure that Jelly was talking earlier about not being able to afford something because... I'm actually going to get rid of that one up on the surface. Not being able to afford something, which is why they hadn't purchased it yet. So... Okay. Let's move all of those alpacas below ground. Darn peasantry buying themselves things they think are nice once in a while. Right, yeah. I mean, I own a $900 TV. How does economy work? It's a good question. I still haven't figured that one out yet. Actually, it's more of a does economy work? Not how does economy work? I always thought the idea of private property taxes to be weird because they don't correlate with the usage or demand. Like, I'm a relatively poor person who happens to inherit some... Say I'm a relatively poor person who happens to inherit a $75,000 sports car. Yeah. I mean, you're right. That being said, chat, we shouldn't dogpile Prosectra for making a not nice comment, but just be nice, guys. Just realize that, like, technically I have $1,500 in records sitting a foot from my knee, and the top cassette deck that I have, the one that you guys were listening to earlier, if I were to buy that thing in mint condition off of eBay, it would be $800 to $900 minimum. The amplifier beneath it's about 200 bucks. And my radio that I just bought is 80 to 150 depending on where you buy it from. So, and that's actually pretty cheap for a record collection. We're not around. But most of the records that I bought them way below their market value because I'm smart about where I get my records and how I buy them. So it's like, you know, just because we, here come the alpacas. Just because you have something fancy for yourself doesn't mean that you have a lot of disposable income. Like, I don't have a lot of disposable income, but... people are entitled to spend money on things that they like. That being said, I will also argue that buying a $3,000 plug suit is probably a better investment than participating in the fast fashion industry. It's better for the world, too. You're supporting an artist, quite literally. Which is why I'll spend $50 on a record to support a artist that I like. What's a plug suit? It's a thing from an anime. It's basic. Think like a latex... maybe not quite latex. Think like a skin-tight suit that's, like, for being plugged into a giant mech. That's a plug suit. It's a thing from an anime. Also, holy crap, frame rate got bad because everybody's hauling stuff. We're talking Evangelion, yes. That's interesting. Stone. You're vaguely familiar? Yeah. There's plenty of people that are, like, not even remotely familiar, so it's easier just to be like, it's a thing from the animes. You're afraid it was some sort of furry suit? I mean... there are people that have that in this chat, too. So I wouldn't judge too hard. I didn't bring my coffee refill over here. I'm gonna go grab it. Be back in a second. Oh shit, you finally found my expedition leader. Crap. The channel is indeed marked mature. Well, the channel is marked mature because I swear. I say bad words. Like fuck and butts and booby. So because of that, I have to mark the channel as mature so that children don't get scarred by my rude words. Salon, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. I was doing like the gravelly voice for this guy. Merit deserves reward, and I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of the realm. We've been bothering you about this for many years. Do you still have any do you have any dwarves you can recommend for elevation? It's been literally years, Vin says. It's very flattering, but frankly, as we've said to you many years in a row, we are a secretive group that prefer to maintain our distance from the local governments. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. If I didn't, I'll tell you one thing that's not true. If they, one thing about the government, they sure as hell don't make starting work easy. Cut benefits for a month, and I tell you, yeah. It's a funny conversation to read back on. Okay, so we do need to move a lot of stuff underground. Like, we got tons of stuff to move. To the point where, like, I don't even know where I'm going to put most of it. I mean, I could just put it all in this wall. That's probably what we're going to do. Actually, before I do this. Let's work on this thing that I started working on and then kind of got distracted by. Because all of the bridges are done now. So I can go over here, over to this little lever, and attach to bridge. That guy. You. And the last bridge. And then we'll see if everything's been hooked up. Yep, everything's been hooked up. And once they're done smoothing out this area over here, then I can do the very easy thing and speed everything up. Okay, I'm going to put a dump spot down here. We're going to speed up the process of dumping all those boulders by just putting them somewhere fucking closer. Up to here. Go to this. Turn that off. I don't know. I try my best to not judge people based on their hobbies. You know, I have some... I guess kind of in the current year, pretty basic hobbies for somebody my age. You know, I'm a bit of an audiophile. I like high quality audio, and it's a hobby that can get expensive quickly. And at the end of the day, mental health is important, and people need to be allowed to do what they enjoy. You know, there's people out there in the world that would judge you very, very much for spending $3,000 on a computer. Because, of course, the only acceptable hobby is to own a giant pickup truck and go 4x4ing and partying every weekend. That's the only acceptable hobby, right? There's butterflies around my kale. Swear to God. But yeah, no, this fortress has had a lot of strife. The mandatory military time has been really hard on a lot of the dwarves. The forced religion thing has also been very difficult on a lot of the dwarves, and actually just getting new dwarves is very difficult on a lot of the dwarves. So we're down to 28. Numbers are dwindling. So hopefully, hopefully we can continue to function once we get this rather ambitious entry area finished. Weirdly topsy-turvy topics today, chat room. That being said, I'm gonna since we're talking about money and savings and hobbies, I think it's okay to have expensive hobbies, but there is such a thing as being irresponsible with your money. Like, there was a certain streamer who shall remain nameless, who was part of a very, very large Twitch team with a lot of very large streamers that were in that team. And over the years, kind of grew a reputation for doing really big marathons and asking for large amounts of money in order to pay rent, and then spending all of it on arcade machines and other various things that he couldn't afford. And eventually ended up getting booted from said team for essentially just, like, begging for money from the other people on the team. And so there is such a thing as, like, being bloody irresponsible with money. But I think everybody needs to have, like, a little bit of retail therapy. Not a lot, just a little bit. But the things were learned, yeah. And at this point, we're just trying to save it, you know? Stone. Save it enough. Neil, thanks for the host. Also, Nimsters, thanks for the host. Or not the host, the follow a couple minutes ago. Cheers. I don't generally say thanks for follows, but every now and again, it's like, hey, thanks. Cheers. These butterflies that I'm ranting about lay eggs on my kale, and they give birth to these caterpillars, which just immediately demolish all of my kale. And they're bloody annoying. And use the phrase Bob. I've never heard anybody refer to money as Bob until you did the other day. And I'm just like, what? Is that, like, actually, is that just a Britishism, or is that a thing that people say? No, I mean, yes, but... Some neem oil? Neem oil? What that? I just kind of check the plants every morning and pick off calculators. Caterpillars. I think it's a Britishism for saving money. Jelly. It's a weird gardening cure-all. I don't know if I really want to put stuff on my plants. Like, I Googled it the other day when Stone said it for the first time. It's like, yeah, it's specifically a British slang term for saving money. It's like, I gotta save a bit of, I gotta save some change, save some cash. It's all natural and organic? Eh. Generally used as a pesticide. I'd rather not use any pesticides. Even if it's all natural and organic. I just simply pick off the I keep saying calculator. Caterpillars as they show up and let wasps eat them. Sure. But it's not natural if you're spraying it on it. Opium's also natural, yeah. They eat it and their insides melt? Yeah, I mean, obviously my kale doesn't naturally do that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any caterpillars on them. So it's not natural for my kale to do that. So that would be... I mean, if their insides melt, it's definitely a pesticide. I mean, I don't know if I'd say it's weird necessarily, but it's certainly not a term I've ever heard until you said it. Certainly not the weirdest term I've ever heard. It's like apple seeds and almonds. Yep. Mm-hmm. Just because it's natural doesn't mean I'm going to spray it on my plants. Sure, but it's a natural plant oil that not all plants have. I mean, it was unheard of for me until yesterday, Archie. Man, this is going to take forever because I got so few dwarves. But no, I don't want to use any kind of repellents on my plants. I'm not saying it sounds like a bad idea, it's just I don't want to do it. I'm not going to kill poor caterpillars. They did nothing wrong. They need to eat too. Although I will pick them up and chuck them across the entire building. Yeah, but no one's going to say pounds or quid. Do you also call them dollars? Because otherwise then you don't use them all. Pesos? Although I'll refer to Canadian money as pesos sometimes because of the low value. You just know it from books and stuff? That's going to be our drain. Dosh. Dosh is one that I know only from Killing Floor. Gotta get some dosh. It's like, what? Do you ever say moolah? Dull hairs. Dough. Trying to think of other slang terms for money. Green. Wonga. Yeah. Yeah, out of all of those, Archie, the only one I've never heard before is Bob. It's the second time you've said that. We get it. Fairly large amount of money. A few bob equals be fairly rich. Another term is he looks like he's got a few bob. Macmillan Dictionary. Large amounts of money. Similar terms. Wealth, fortune, pile. A fairly small amount of money is the second definition. She was told by the plumber that it would only cost her a few bob. That's it's a weird one. It's a weird one. Thanks for those, Vash. They be dwarfs. They be dwarfs. Last I checked, they're still dwarfing. You heard that in London and had no idea what the person meant? Just smiled and nodded. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm coming to now. Is that it's a Britishism. We're just going to drop this whole thing down here. Only if you change your .ini files. By default, dwarf ladies don't have beards. You have to change your .ini files to have dwarf ladies with no beards. Crow. Yeah, I see. I do know the Bob. I've heard Bob's your uncle term. That's one I've definitely heard. So we're building a support and sticking this pillar to the ceiling, and we're just going to drop this whole thing down into the caverns. It'll be faster than digging the whole thing out. We'll disturb a few poor beak dogs, and it'll be great. And then I'll probably cave this even further down, probably into the cavern layer beneath it. And that's actually because I kind of fucked up here. Build one piece of floor right there. So we can get back over here. I'll just plop a lever up there. So I can just drop the whole mechanism down. Everything's nice and close together. It'll go pretty quick. But yeah, no, in order to have dwarf ladies with beards, you need to change a INI file. I'm actually not entirely sure how that meme got started with Dwarf Fortress. Or maybe it's just related to Tolkien stuff. I actually don't know there. Is it Lord of the Rings? I guess then I'm right. It's Tolkien stuff. It's a quote from the second movie. Is it? Okay. I haven't thought about Lord of the Rings in a very long time, I'll be honest. I used to really like Lord of the Rings. Like, I loved the books growing up. I loved The Hobbit growing up. And then and then I loved the movies. And then I watched the Hobbit movies. And they were so offensively terrible. It kind of ruined the writing of everything Tolkien ever did. It's kind of depressing. How do you assign laborers to a dwarf without therapist? Hit U, select a dwarf, and then hit P, and then hit L, and then plus and minus on the numpad to select the category, and then job, or you can hit V and select a dwarf that's running around, and then hit P, and then L. But then when you select the next dwarf, it'll automatically jump to that menu. I mean, I just did, so try and stop me in regards to the Hobbit movies, but yes. Okay, so there's... The worst thing about something being really, really bad, Crow, is when somebody that you spend a lot of time with really likes that thing. So in my case, I hated the Hobbit movies. I thought they were offensively terrible. My ex loved them. She thought they were great. There's actually a bit that says to add beards, put square brackets around the following when it comes to female dwarves in the code. Yeah, but by default, they uh-oh. Hops has been taken by a fey mood and begins to stalk and brood. You know, we might get some fell moods in this world, in this fort. But he hasn't let out a scream fell and terrible, so. Let's claim to Tanner's shop. I need certain things. Certain things. I haven't butchered any animals in a while. Probably needs bones. Was dumb in a cash grab? Not really, you think? There's a fan edit, which is super duper not legal, which you can download, and it's infinitely better than all of the Hobbit movies. And I didn't mind the fan edit. I thought that the fan edit was watchable. Rest of it, not so much. Yep, I'm still playing full vanilla. You haven't rewatched it? Don't bother. Boy asks the lady elf to check his trousers. Which one has that scene? Because I kind of fell asleep during them. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of fell asleep during one of them. The second one. And the third one, I think. Yeah, I have no recollection of this. You know, it's definitely possible that I just wiped the memory from my brain. For the river escape? Yep, I remember the river escape, but no recollection of that. It's almost like it wasn't a very memorable movie. I mean, when did that movie even come out? Hobbit movie. Why can't I find just the release date of the fucking movie? Release date. When did that movie come out? Oops, Hops the Weaver's been found dead. What? What the hell killed Hops? Well, it wasn't Cyrillac. 12, 12, 12. Really? They did that? Was it that long ago? Holy shit. Good God. Yeah, I have no idea what killed that guy. Oh, I see. Magna the Ghostly Cooks batters Hops. And it cancels his strange mood to injured. Yeah, Ghost did it. A Apparently I've got a bunch of dwarves that aren't memorialized. I ran out of tombs. But yeah, apparently I'm protected from that information. Gosh. Ghost wanted a new friend. Ghost tried really hard. Ghost was having a panic attack after trying to get new friend. Little did they know that their hands were knives in the afterlife. I can't wait until we see the entrails graphics for Dwarf Fortress. That's something I'm very much looking forward to, is seeing what the Steam version's violence is gonna look like. As we all know that DF is a very bloody game when it wants to be. Yellow. How you doing, DeBerries? About that romance that injured the Hobbit, but then you checked yourself and you all will be spared. Thank you, Nimsters. That being said, I think if you're going to rant about anything in the Hobbit and in relation to the Hobbit being bad, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say you'll probably just get smiles and nods and agreements. I don't think anybody here enjoys the Hobbit films. I know, I do think that The Hobbit is like a brilliant example of how money ruins art. You know? That, or maybe just Peter Jackson has become a much worse director over the years. One of the two. I'm not entirely sure which. Well, originally, someone mentioned female dwarves having beards, and then I mentioned that that's a thing that you have to change in the INI files to make that work. And then I kind of blatantly asked, where did that come from? And then somebody mentioned Lord of the Rings. I was like, really? That came from Lord of the Rings? And because apparently that's a quote from the second movie. And now we're just talking about... And then I mentioned that I kind of wiped all memory of Lord of the Rings off my brain after The Hobbit came out because of how bad that movie was. With brain off, I would think incredibly high, they'd be okay. Hey, Zoke. Or ZOKJ. I can never remember how to say your name correctly. If you have a preferred way to say your name, let me know. Yeah, Lord of the Rings are... Like, those films are really, really, really good. Those original films are really, really good. Some of the best films, even. That saved Elijah Wood's career. The way conversations flow. It's what's beautiful about this channel, you know? What we lack in numbers, we make up for in engagement. And raw, sheer entertainment. Songs and music in them. I never watched the old animated films. Never watched them. So I don't really have an opinion. Someone is like doing bleaching or something outside because suddenly my entire apartment just smells like raspberry soap. Like really, really, really pungent dish soap. It's actually a little strange. I sometimes wonder if I always have my door open. I sometimes wonder if my neighbors hear me babbling and think that I'm crazy. I mean, we all know that I'm crazy. This is a well-documented fact that this streamer is insane, but just like Goats, who's wandering around obliviously. I'm just babbling into a microphone obliviously. The dwarves look very unique. That's not giving it a great sell, I'm gonna be honest. I need to continue bugging Krug Smash to kickstart a book. Because I would pay like $40 for a hardcover Krug Smash picture book. And I don't even own many books. I own like Tom Sawyer, Edgar Allan Poe collection. I think a copy of The Hobbit. And a couple comics, well, graphic novels like Bone, the complete collection. Mostly just a few that are nostalgic from my childhood, but I'd buy that in a second. It's not too hard to find companies that'll print that. Oh, really? Huh. Interesting. Also, guys, thanks for all the follows. Bunch of new followers coming in today. It's kind of nice. I feel like I'm recovering from the time I took off. Lost a lot of following while I was gone. Although I mostly blame Twitch for like deleting old accounts or something. You know, I think this might just be part of getting older, but I think animated films in general have lost something for me. Modern animated films and like 3D animation, it's not the same as the hand animated drawn stuff, you know? I also very much miss proper claymation, which isn't something we get super frequently these days. Yeah, it varies. Like the pretty standard like DreamWorks slash Disney 3D animation stuff. It's just kind of lost something for me. I mean, I know what you mean. I'm just talking about animation in general, etc. I'm just saying. I'm at 2,997 subscribers on YouTube. That's the most recent lore video I did. I never saw Sausage Party because I had kind of no interest in it. Treasure Planet is one of the most underrated animated films out there. You never fucking hear anybody talking about Treasure Planet. That movie is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Honestly, my two favorite animated films ever, Treasure Planet and Atlantis. And then, like, probably Howl's Moving Castle after that. Although I kind of put, like, North American animation and Japanese animation in, like, separate bins when I talk about movies that I enjoy. You need a VHS? Why? To watch the original, like, the original films? Someone tantruming? Cyrillac's tantruming. Yeah, 1 count of disorderly conduct against Cyrillac the Butcher. Sorry, Cyrillac. What, for Treasure Planet? They did make a sequel to Treasure Planet, didn't they? I gotcha. And I mean, I wonder, VHS player. How much are these things on it? Like, do they still make new VHS tape players? I don't think so. I'm curious about how much they cost on eBay these days for a nice one. Probably like 30, 40 bucks. And like $40 to $50 for a decent VHS player these days that looks like it's in good condition. I can see the appeal. Personally, like, if I'm not a film guy. I've never been a film person. So for me, like, just streaming stuff is just fine. I would just rent it. But I don't feel that way about music, so, you know, we all have our thing. They released a summer movie at the same time as a Christmas movie. I remember the only ads I saw for Treasure Planet were McDonald's toys. And me and my sisters thought that McDonald's toys were so fucking cool that we went and saw the movie. That's the only marketing I remember seeing for Treasure Planet. Yeah, I agree. No, I mean, there's plenty of films out there, White Code, like, especially for film buffs, that never got a DVD release and never got a VHS, and never got a release outside of VHS, right? So it's like, if you're into obscure films, I could totally understand why you would want to own that and then rip it to digital. But there's companies now that are doing limited releases of those movies, so, like, on Blu-ray. So it's kind of a... People are doing the work for you now, so it's less necessary. Unless, like, you just like the format. But the problem with the format of VHS is it's not a format that really lasts, right? Like, it's not like vinyl, where if you take good care of your vinyl records, they'll just last forever. Whereas with VHS... It doesn't really matter if you take good care of it or not. The stuff will just break down. Yeah, it degrades, like, alarmingly quickly. Like, so do cassettes, but at least cassettes are super fucking cheap, right? Which is why movie archival people need to get way into Laserdisc. I'm just saying, we gotta bring back Laserdisc. It's a bigger problem of the tape just getting damaged, right? Because I remember, like, the VHS tapes that we had growing up, we had some just get destroyed, not even of any fault of our own, but just, like, our player would get old and eat the tape, and because we had a relatively cheap VHS player, it would just fuck up the whole tape, and then you wouldn't be able to watch the movie anymore. I know that happened on a number of occasions to us. I'm almost down to the caverns. Yeah, I've only got, like, a few more layers to go. Yeah, but those CDRs are fucking cheap shit. Like, there's a There's a hierarchy in quality for CDs, but yes, you're not wrong. They are starting to fail. You learned how to splice VHS tapes as a kid? I learned how to do that after. I just like to make... Okay, so I'm an audiophile. Nimsters, I own records, I own tapes. I have a lot of hi-fi equipment. I like to make fun of Laserdisc because I think Laserdisc is kind of dumb. But also because I think Laserdisc is really fucking cool. Ate your copy of Kiki's Delivery Service when you were 12 and you were absolutely devastated? No! Not even remotely close to my favorite Miyazaki movie, but it's a tie for me between Castle in the Sky and Howl's Moving Castle. But Kiki's Delivery Service is a wonderful kids film. Cassettes are still the gold standard? Yeah, no, you're correct. I mean, the nice thing with cassettes is cassettes are fucking rocks. Like, yeah, I could understand that, Crow. But, like, you take this thing and you throw it off a fucking building. It'll probably still work, unless it literally cracks open. That's why cassettes are the gold standard. Like, you dunk them into a bucket of water, pull it out, still works. After it dries, obviously. Yay, that's good. Gotta deworm that kitty. Yeah, exactly. Just re-spool the tape on another cassette and you're fine. I actually did that a couple times. You see, I could have just done this the smart way. And, you know, just... Actually, here's a way we could do this. I could have done this the other way and just, like, dug the whole thing out and it would have been just fine. But it's way more fun to collapse it, so we're going to collapse it. Yes, all the recordable discs. Yeah, exactly white code. Yeah. Yep, protection. You're right. I don't know. I like cassettes because they're nostalgic for me. You know, like that's the thing that I didn't grow up with records. My parents had put the record player away before I was born, so I didn't really get to grow up with that stuff, although I probably would have had a lot of nostalgia for that stuff had I grown up with that stuff. The stuff that I grew up with that I loved was cassettes. Okay, where's the next cavern lair? It's a ways down. I'm going to scare the crap out of a few naked mole dogs. Oh, never mind. They're all running up. Oh, God. Here come the naked mole dogs. Ever connect that, shale pillar. There we go. Connect it to the vertical support. Shoutouts to the dwarf just sleeping in the hallway. There's so many mole dogs. Holy crap. Ah. But yeah, no, technology's neat. And the way technology ages is also neat. At least I think it's very neat. Yeah, it's very nice of your grandma. Sadly, the original speakers are long dead. Aw. Yeah, I think I'm just sticking to the audiophile equipment. I love how much of the audio, like high-end audio equipment was built to last. Uh-oh. Cyrelac the Butcher is getting murdered while in prison. Got lots of vengeful spirits coming back. Holy crap. I also keep getting distracted, which isn't helping. There's a body there. Cyrelac was found dead, murdered by a vengeful spirit. You had a teacher who was so concerned she took your CD player and your little CD book and called your parents? What? That shouldn't be legal. You can't... Really, was concerned that you had Black Sabbath. Hey, at least it was just Black Sabbath and not Slayer. Or like Cannibal Corpse or something. Has anybody linked that trigger? Nope. And I know why. I'm just gonna cancel that job. I'm really glad that, like, actually, has kind of the concern, I guess, about music that kids listen to stopped being a thing in schools? Or is that still a thing? So I actually don't know. I've been kind of far away from the school system for a while. Sounds like you had a cool school to go to. I saw Cradle of Filth live a couple years ago. Put on a great show. Fucking black metal poetry. Great band. You don't know for how long, though? I mean, you're not dead, so there's that. You're doing better than a lot of the dwarves in this fort. But then again, there are certain places where, like, video games are still getting blamed for violence, so... Yeah, we have tons of alpacas. I wonder what they're constructing. Oh, they're probably putting those coffins in the basement. Yeah. Follow this dwarf down there. So I sent a DM to the Kit Fox Games community manager this morning, basically asking her if she could give me like an hour's heads up or something before the DF screenshots go live of the UI. I'm not even asking her to send them to me early, just so that I know, because Tarn just kind of has a habit of making screenshots of Dwarf Fortress's Steam version and then just posting it on the website and then shooting an email over to Kit Fox and being like, hey, heads up, posted screenshots. You guys can write about them now. But apparently he's waiting. He's going to let Kit Fox post the UI shots first. And she's like, well, we'll see if he actually waits. He might forget. She's like, but if we get them first, I'll give you a heads up that they're going live when they're going live so that I can make a video about them. Which is very nice of them, but like, also just really funny. Is your interest in firearms? I don't think video games gave me any interest in weapons. Maybe like in the history of them, but not to like own them. The only effect violent video games really had on me is my desire to listen to heavy metal. Thanks, Doom. Like, realistically. I mean, I love the history of certain types of weaponry. No desire to own one. But then again, I also love the history of cars and things. No desire to own one or drive one. This is really far away and awkward to get to for the dwarves. All right, so that's been hooked up. Let's disconnect this. Then we're gonna drop this little piston down. Although, it's not actually a piston, but we are gonna drop it down now. So if anybody wants to see a big old cave-in, this is gonna be a big old cave-in. I for sure have a desire to have a mech. I mean, it's called Gundams. Wrong god. Wrong god. Wrong god. I would love some new dwarves, but I can't accept any of you because of my dumb rule. There you go. You we can accept. You worship the right god. Finally. Are you part of any religions? You're a militia dwarf? No. You dream of crafting a masterwork someday and you're a pump operator. Mech driving licenses are the future. I'm just waiting for cars to be completely autonomous and just wait for Uber to own every single car in existence so that I can just, you know, book a ride on an autonomous car that'll come pick me up. Or for personal drone rentals to be a thing. Just have like a fucking helicopter land on your porch and just take you away. You're worshipping the wrong god, unfortunately, Onal. This is exactly what we need, though. Just a couple migrants. The things I would do to just be able to keep all of these dwarves. I mean, I guess I could, but... maybe we could, like, murder our leader. Use that as an excuse or something. Oh, hey, my music ended. Wait, what? What did I say that would get me more ads for condoms? All right. Do you worship the right god? Are you by chance... Curious Gate and the Rites of Equivalence. Not a member of the religion, but that's still a good start. You know what? I'll just let you do you. You're a crafts dwarf. Ardent worshipper of Deller the Diamond Mines, and you're a member of our religion. Perfect. We get more like you, please. So are you. And you're a member of the Turquoise Creed. Hallelujah. Maybe we'll actually achieve our goal. Curious Gate remembers of the Rites of Equivalence. And former members of crafting a masterwork. Oh, because I said Gundams? No, Google's smarter than that. Besides, I already get plenty of those ads. It's got nothing to do with me saying Gundams. Maybe when Total War Troy comes out and I talk about Trojan horses for like 4 hours straight. That's out on the 13th, by the way. Looking forward to that. Oh. I wish I could put that there. We actually have some new arrivals. We started a reenactment because of video games and laptop and tabletops. Nothing beats the feeling of our first set of armor. Yeah, that's something I can never get into. Medieval reenactment stuff is strange to me. They can curse you into were creatures and vampires. That's about it. Gods, they curse you. Dwarf Fortress. All right, let's pull this lever. Who's ready to see something fall? Real big. Let's see, who's coming to pull the lever? Mossy Griffin is coming to pull the lever. Get your clipping buttons ready, chat. This is going to be a big dusty cave-in. There it goes. Technically only dropped at 1 Z level. There it goes. That was fun. Necessary? Nah, but fun. Alright, so now it's 1 Z level lower. I get some very male-specific ads. Occasionally, which I will for my own reasons. Makes the internet think that you're a male. Yeah, I mean, the internet does assume a whole lot. Turns out internet's the biggest problem. We just need to kill the internet, chat room. No, it's... I don't know. It's a hard one. It's a hard one. Cancel the internet 2020. It's the real thing that needs to be canceled. Whoa. I forgot that we had that. Well, that's where we're going to dump that water. All the corpses in water? Yeah, you can get dumped into lower caverns. Shit, I didn't even realize that. Or rather, I forgot. Because I need somewhere to drain this water. Cancel 2020. Too late. 2020 self-canceled itself a long time ago. You know, we were excited to be in 2020, chat. 2019 me was super stoked. I thought it was neat that we were going to be in 2020 soon. Little did I know. '19 too. Here's the thing. Like, I think back, it's like, okay, what bad things happened in 2019? And I genuinely, like, couldn't tell you. Like, yeah, I know that some bad shit happened in 2019, but, like, it all just pales in comparison. It's like 2019 was not a good year. But fuck. 2020 just makes it look like an angel. So as I screenshotted a message from a friend about February, about how amazing festivals were going to be, and then this entire year would be incredible. Yeah, I had so many, you know, there was a long period of time where there was a lot of people that were coming into my chat to basically vent about concerts getting canceled, events getting canceled, shows getting canceled, and how horrible it all was. And, you know, I can't feel bad. Like, I can't be mad about anything getting canceled. Like, I completely agree. It bloody sucks. It really, really does. But at the same time, there's no part of me that can actually be upset about it. You know? Like, it's a good thing all that shit was canceled. Yeah, but there was a while there in Nimsters where there was a lot of folks coming into my chat who were just, like, genuinely mad that stuff was getting canceled. And they're like, I don't care if I get sick. And it's like, most of those people I think have kind of come around by this point, but still, there was a while there where I had some very bad arguments with viewers about how, no, this shit should get canceled. Although I swear to God, if I hear another advertisement saying, in these unprecedented times, we've adjusted to the new normal. No, I'm not going to go to Tim Hortons and get a fucking donut. I don't care if your employees are wearing masks. You eat poutine a lot. Poutine's good. I need to, like, make some poutine at home so I can carb count it all. So it doesn't kill me. Because I could use some poutine. Poutine's good. This is going to be a fun drain once it's all done. Tim Hortons coffee? Do you want to know the truth about Tim Hortons coffee? It's never been worth the trip. Tim Hortons coffee is fucking trash. It's never been good. It's horrendous. And it's always been horrendous. It's like fucking as bad as gas station coffee. Marketing wants you to think it's good. It's not fucking good coffee. It's never been fucking good coffee. Starbucks makes better coffee. And their donuts are fine. I don't know. I don't understand the obsession with fast food stuff. That's crap. I often use my... it's not as greasy. Plus, I get to make your own gravy. Fair. It's the gravy part that makes me worried. To me, McDonald's coffee is drinkable. I don't really consider... I don't really consider Tim Hortons coffee drinkable. As someone who really likes coffee, I don't consider it drinkable. I've had some people try and make the argument that... I've had some people try and make the argument in my general direction that their dark roast is drinkable. I've never had it, so I can't speak to it. It's the only fast food you really like? It's just the sodium you like. There's nothing interesting or flavorful about a Big Mac or McDonald's food in general. It's just sodium. It's just Sodium Overdrive. Also, Sodium Overdrive is my new punk band. That's all it is. It's just like your body's passive addiction to sodium. So we're gonna be dumping a lot of water down here. I mean, Tim Hortons is more known because it's iconic. It's not really known for its coffee. Which, I will accept that. It is very iconic. I mean, it's a donut shop made by a hockey player. Like, that's kind of neat on the surface. Like, in a vacuum, Tim Hortons is kind of neat, but is it actually worth the hype? No. Of course not. But she might have a reasonable complaint. As it turns out, in the metro, she... Why did she fly across the country to go to a hairdresser? Man, I feel so bad for Pablo. This dwarf's a badass though. He basically he's lost his ability to stand and is just, his back is shot basically. Was it like a famous hairdresser? Did the person like have a legitimate reason to go to that specific hairdresser? At the very least? You like your water? I like water too. I like water and black coffee. That's pretty basic. Just preferred that place? Huh. I mean, recently there's been people walking around with anti-mask protesting signs in Vancouver, and it's disappointing, shall we say. Okay, it's time to move food underground. Going to remove the brass garnish. To have dwarf wheelchairs? I mean, they can use crutches. Some of them just don't. Some states open schools. Don't worry, guys. Kids don't get it. Not like this. Yeah, all countries have their crazies, but As somebody who's at high risk, do something kind for somebody else. Wear a mask. How many members of the Turquoise Creed do we have? 5. Good stuff. 5 members of the Turquoise Creed. 24 worshippers of Deller, the Diamond Mines. We need 10 to actually count it as a religion, India. What part of the world are you at, Ant? I can ask. I mean, here we had a pretty big outbreak recently in in the small town I grew up in, actually, in an old folks home, because an employee got sick and went to work. And that employee was at a house party that had about 400 people that cycled through it the night before. Not all at one time, but over the span of the night, 400 different people came through. Human Chief Treasurer has arrived. Also, kind of the tantrums have slowed down. That's good. Sweden? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, Sweden had interesting ideas on how to deal with it. Travels the world, and I had to explain to your grandma that 5G doesn't not cause corona. I mean, one of my favorite bits of misinformation is somebody who I hang out with sometimes genuinely was convinced that mosquitoes are going to spread COVID-19. Genuinely was convinced by it. And I had to talk to him. I'm like, these are coronaviruses. Mosquitoes can't transfer coronaviruses. So it's not even a thing that you need to worry about. It's like, that's not how mosquitoes transfer viruses. Moving all of our food into the underground. Yeah, Archie, you're right. I mean, I can tell you who's not doing well right now. New Zealand's doing pretty aight. That's where Gabe Newell is. But yeah, no, it's kind of terrifying. Mang the farmer withdraws from society, eh? The mosquito will cough on your face. Yeah, the mosquito will breathe on you and not wear a mask. Oh yeah, no, mosquitoes are definitely pretty scary in the stuff that they can transfer, but like... unless they... what's the word I'm looking for here? Unless suddenly the way mosquitoes work change, I'm pretty sure we're okay in that regard. Workshop. Do I have a butcher shop right now? I know the hotkey for it, I just can't remember where they're... No, I don't. That's why stuff's not getting butchered. Alright, let's do that. Transfer slaps in their general directions, and then they go splat. I do have to say a big thank you, though, to everybody who's hanging out and watching this stream. You know, there's 65 people watching me play Dwarf Fortress. And that's out without any raids or any kind of big hosts or anything. So, seriously, from me to you, Charum, thank you. I had people tell me this game was unwatchable. Come back here and I'll bite your legs off. Yeah, no, I had swine flu when I was younger. And that in and of itself is enough for me to go, yeah, I never want to have that happen again, or anything even remotely similar to that ever again. So I can pretty safely say that I have no interest in testing my luck on that. You can't watch DF when it's just DF and there's no stream. Are you talking about the say said the bot account? I don't know. I think that thing can be kind of interesting to check in on, see what's going on. But in general, I tend to agree. Although I will say that recently there's been a lot more people streaming Dwarf Fortress. A ghost playing DF. There's a few of them, really. I'm only familiar with Say Said. Dwarf's Life. And kangaroo, parchment, and wood logs. Goats, you're running around like a crazy person again. It really helps. Yeah, it's having the Steam page is certainly going to help. It is already helping, you know? Like, the amount of interest in Dwarf Fortress surged already when the Steam version was announced. I can tell you that just by looking at my stats. Hello, Wizard Harry. How's things? Harry is the legendary animator that made the wonderful video that can be found if you type an ! Mars, which is about my trip to Mars. Or more accurately, it's about the one time I got really drunk while streaming. You've randomly tuned up again? Well, it's good to see you, man. In fact, it's almost at 1,000 views, which is a little bit ridiculous. Let's wait for a few of these dwarves to be on screen. Wrong god. Sorry, Deucem. Right god. Perfect. Remember the Curious Gates? You're a casual worshiper. Okay, that's fair. Dejected when caught in the rain. You worship the wrong god. Looks like there's 3 more. You worship the right god. Not a member of our religion, but that's fine. You worship the wrong god. You worship the god of death, which is kind of a really badass god, but unfortunately, that's not the god that we worship. You worship the right god, so you can stay. What do you want to do with your life? I'm gonna craft a masterwork. Let's put you on weaving. Kind of short on weavers right now. Haven't uploaded in 2 years. I miss those. They were fun. There you go. You're gonna go slaughter stray alpaca. Just from the cat video? How much did the cat video get? Which one? They shut the fuck up, cat? Yeah. Shut the fuck up, cat. Good times, let me tell you. Kind of miss your MS Paint vids. A turkey gobbler's fighting? Oh, we're hunting a turkey. This makes sense. One last hurrah. That's what you should call it. Just call it one last hurrah. It's good to see you, though, Harry. Can I rest with the alpacas? I mean, how would we do that? I mean, do you want me to put your coffin in the alpaca pen kind of thing? 'Cause yeah, I could do that. Yeah, goats, we can do that. Life things and getting older. I hope life things have been good, though, Harry. As long as the dumb videos provided good memories and things to think back on. Welcome back, Harry. Courtesy of Prosectra. And Prosectra, thank you very much for gifting the first subscription of the week. Cheers, friend. Was a way to fill time. Yeah. Well, there's lots of people who will say that, like, they wish they could be a kid again. I never want to be a kid again. Being an adult is so much more fun. Let's consider it long overdue payment, I guess, for the funny video that you made. Or videos you made. You say thank you, Prosectra, for the sub gift. That's what you say. And just know that, like, we still like the shit that you made. We really do. You never made money off of it? Yep. Trust me, getting YouTube videos monetized is rough. I only just got my first paycheck from YouTube. And, I bought a GoPro. And it cost more than the paycheck I got from YouTube. So, didn't exactly save much of that money. This is quite the artifact. Work secretly. What all did you grab? Plumwood logs, stray alpaca bone, rough claro opals, square brilliant cut. I can't read that. It runs off screen. Bronze bars, giant rat leather, and roostable cabochons. It'll be interesting, whatever it is. A lot of just transporting stuff today. But not from YouTube? Which one? And what for? This one is for hiking videos and for streaming. Mostly for streaming, though. Which is why I also bought a cam link and a bunch of other stuff. No, Mass, like, what are you planning on using it for? Are you planning on using it for work, or? Meng, the farmer has created Edzical Rubal a plumwood toy hammer and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Bomrek Silver Roarers. I'm sure the kids will like it. It's worth 96,000, Christ. This is a plumwood toy hammer. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with table-cut severites and decorated with alpaca bone. This object menaces with spikes of giant rat leather. On the item is an image of the wispy ears, a diorite statue of Teked Ford Stake in plum wood. On the item is an image of two kumquat trees in Clara opal. On the item is an image of a gizzard stone in bronze. On the item is an image of humans and dwarves in rubicel. The humans are speaking with the dwarves. The artwork relates to the visit of the merchants Allied Confederation to the rites of eloquence at the Spike of Zealots in the midsummer of 140. This is an oddly specific thing. But then again, that's most things from Dwarf Fortress. Oddly specific. Recover wounded? Are people wounded? So thanks, Nimsters. Yeah, indeed, Spike Lord. What does it get you? Beep, 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 beep. I mean, I'm sure Spike Lord knows all about spikes of leather, as Spike Lord is indeed the Spike Lord. Of the Lord of Spikes, the one and only. Not gonna lie, I might need to make the make me take an extra day off challenge a bigger goal because we're hitting that way too fast. Like, it's been 2 days and we're already like 10% of the way there. It's only gonna take us like 20 days probably. I don't know, I think I should like bump it up to like 1,800 or 2 million. A reasonable use of... I mean, I only take 1 day off a week. A normal weekend is 2 days, right? I don't think of them as actual spikes, though. I just think of them as, like, triangles. Like a triangle leather pattern. Once a month sounds totally reasonable. Yeah. Thanks for doing a thing. The only thing is, if it lands on Saturday, I'm not going to take the Saturday off. Because I'll take the next day off, so the Sunday. Because Saturdays are community day, and I kind of want that to stay on Saturdays. You know what? I'm just going to forbid everything over here and make it invisible. I just... As a streamer, though, I'll just say this. It doesn't sound reasonable to me to take a full weekend off once a month, but I'm also probably a bit of too much of a workaholic. No, it doesn't specify. It's just, I will take an extra day off that month. That's literally all it is. Alright, hopefully it's done kill nobody. They're pathing over those. Watching so many dwarves just standing on those bridges. Okay. Only one engraver got hit by it. It was Melville, and he's okay. You okay there? Kind of slammed into the ceiling for a second. Yeah, like if it's a day where there's a sponsored thing, for example, I wouldn't take that day. Whoopsies. Now, Sloosh Whoosh is the next one I gotta lock. Which looks like Goats is gonna go pull. That was pretty quick. Also down here, I'm gonna put another refuse pile. In fact, I'm gonna put a few down here. There's no real reason for them to come down here, and I need a refuse pile underground. You may have... Did you make an artifact? Hold on, let me check. No. I mean, maybe you did. You just keep snapping out of it. You're haggard. You're pretty interested after watching a performance. You really like watching performances. Okay, so that's locked. Let's pull the fill lever. You have to head to bed soon? Getting late over there? I mean, I'll be on tomorrow. And the day after. And the day after. Although the day after that, on the Thursday, I won't be playing DF, I'll be playing something else. And I'll be live on Saturday, and then Sunday, and then Monday, and then Tuesday, and then Wednesday. Really? Wasn't it just like MS Paint? Pretty sure that's all that you really did. Also, there's more Dwarf Fortress stuff on my YouTube channel than you could ever realistically watch. Also, thanks for contributing, Flowy Ghost. And we're only 3 subscribers on YouTube away from 3,000. Only. Fingers crossed. I think holy crap. People are watching the hell out of that first look at the Rift Wizard little game. Need to do more of those. Even though it was literally just like a direct export to YouTube from Twitch. It's got almost more views than the video I put 14 hours of editing work into. Man, plants are already growing down here. It's amazing how quickly plants grow in dwarfs. I kind of just realized this is like a sideways heart. Interesting. This little pond is doing work. You can still there's a website that lets you download Twitch clips. Clipper.xyz, I think. Yeah. A little bit jank and sometimes has pop-ups that are a little sketch, but it works. I use it all the time to edit clips for my team. How well do I know this game? 9? There's a few things I'm not entirely certain how to do. And then there's a few things like I know work and I've never managed to make them work myself. And I know how to do them. But like, and then there's some things where like I know how to do them, but don't do it because I think it's tedious. So I know this game pretty well, Math. Why do you ask? There's fish in the reservoir. Look at them all. What do we have? Salfin molly. A shad. There's a baby tree. More shad. Let's go from fresh installed to Toady one. Here's the thing. There's a lot of things that people who play Dwarf Fortress do that Toady one's just like, wait, you did what? Like, it's really interesting hearing him talk about things that we make. It's like, yeah, like cart grinders. So, like, he knows that we can make them. He's just, like, not entirely sure how they work. I mean, I play Dwarf Fortress basically every single day of the week. Actually, maybe I should lower that down to an 8. I don't know adventure mode particularly well. I know Fortress mode really well. I don't know adventure mode particularly well. I'm terrible at adventure mode. I like how my hunter is just like punching its prey. Wave depletion. Ranger, in the midst of conflict, I feel no terror. Punches the Cody in the body with the left lower hand and the injured part explodes into gore. What this water is all about? I'm gonna use it to drown stuff. That's basically it. Baddies are gonna enter in this way and walk up here and all the way around here and then down into here and then up into here and then I'm gonna just pull a lever and the whole thing's just gonna go whoosh and they're all gonna drown. Or I could use it to make the floor muddy to plant plants, but that's not the plan. You think you just saw a fish die? Probably. The Dwarven caravan has arrived. Stop working because I've had one that's been broken for 5 months. I mean, I would just clean the connection.
After no one at blind ERL and chat.
After no one indeed. How you doing, Faulted? Thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive for 5 months. Cheers, man. Seriously, cheers. I'm not sure. I need to see the keyboard, honestly. I know that that's not super useful, unfortunately, but I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves reward, and I come empowered to establish this colony once again as official land of our realm. Please, we beg you, recommend a dwarf for elevation. No. Look forward to our meeting next year, I guess. I'm doing pretty all right. I gotta get up and go do lunch pretty soon, though. Goats cancels bring item to depot. Oblivious. Let's place a kitchen there and a still right next to it. Why are you not surprised? I mean... See, it's your actual Windows that broke? You don't have sticky keys running, does it? Oh, the actual Windows, like, to shut down stuff? How old is this laptop? Or how old is this computer? Because I would just fucking do a clean install of Windows. You've got something bricked in there. Well, thank you kindly for stopping by and saying hi all and dropping the Prime sub. Seriously. Like, thanks for helping fund the stream and thanks for chilling and saying hello. And I wish you a good day at work whenever you do have to leave. Okay, so I'm doing kind of a very risky design. I'm basically just gonna build in these caverns with just like a 1Z level wall. So if a Forgotten Beast shows up, we're fucked. And that's the whole point. That's part of the entertainment of the way I'm building this fort. We're very open to death by fun. Very, very, very open. I'm gonna build us a tavern, or queue up a tavern over here though. Which is gonna be our one kind of safe haven, I guess. Because we're moving this fortress down into the caverns entirely. And I might just like even seal it off from the surface. Because that seems like something a religious cult would do. Is eventually just like say screw the outside and just, you know, become this underground nightmare. Seems culty. What does 1 Z level mean? That's a Z level. That's a Z level. That's a Z level. You go up and down on the Z axis. So the X and Y, left and right, but up and down. So you can move around like this, and you can move up and down. That's what Z level means. Z levels are just the layers in DF. Let's just throw this thing in the bin. Yeah, it might not be a bad idea. I mean, like, that could be anything. Like, I would probably chalk it up to hard drive failure. If someone told me to figure out what was causing that problem, I'd probably say it's hard drive issues. So now that you've like had Z level terminology explained to you, do you feel enlightened? Learning stuff, yay. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like you've probably got some sort of hardware issue. Would be my assumption. Probably some form of hardware issue. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm rating it, Nimsters. Is it's one of those try turning it on and off. Have you tried turning it off and on again situations? Yeah, no, that's genuinely bizarre. I'm not sure. What kind of stone is that? Oh, it's granite. Okay. Alrighty. I'm just gonna let the game run, kind of looking at this area. I need to go get me lunch, chat. It's 1:10, which is my lunchtime, which means I need to go stab my fingers with needles and do some injections. If anything particularly terrible happens, hopefully the game will stop itself. And I'll see you guys in a little bit, eh? Don't go anywhere too far. Unless you gotta go to sleep or something, in which case we'll see you on a later date. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go grab lunch. You actually forgot that you came to ask you a different question. Anyways, you're going to ask what was the most elaborate transform changes you've ever made to the map? Probably that giant piston that I dropped. Yeah, probably that. Anyway, I'm gonna go do food. Also, if you need something to watch, there's a video there that you can watch. And can I get a round of beers? I'll be back. Ooh, there's a mood. Which one is it? I see it. Stoneworker, eh? I don't think it could be a chalk scepter because we don't have any chalk, but I wouldn't be too shocked. I know I missed you, but we'll see you later, Faulted. All right. Let me punch in what my blood sugar was. I don't know. The last one, chat called it a ring. But
Quiet out here. Don't you have a bunch of kids?
that an ad?
They're probably on their phone.
That's an ad for Shaw Mobile. At least I got back before that played. Would have felt kind of bad. Okay. It's good to be back, frankly. This dwarf's moving pretty quick. This dwarf's pretty strong. Carrying them heavy boulders real fast. What do you suppose the dwarf's gonna make out of salt and leather? I mean, whatever you're into, I suppose. A snack, right? A nice soup. A fancy little soup. Also, guys, thanks for waiting through those long breaks. They're longer than I'd like them to be. How do I deal with the constant miasma? There isn't generally constant miasma. This isn't a constant thing. Dusum, the stoneworker, has created Gorot Thetad, rock salt crown, and offers it to the rites of equivalence. Crown, eh? Tasty when boiled. The disemboweled decency. 48,000. Or 4,800 rather. It's a rock salt crown. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with oval bands of rock salt cabochons, and it menaces with spikes of rock salt and donkey leather. I mean, it's fitting of this fortress, that's for sure. But yeah, no, generally there isn't problems with miasma. But barrels to put food products in, stuff like that. It is literally a salty ass crown. I think that dwarf is saying something about the royalty in this fortress. That's pretty warm, Bastet.
Yeah, I can believe that, Harry.
Yeah, this one is 4x3. Yeah. I mean, the other thing you can do there, Archie, is lock the door. Because eventually the miasma will go away and it'll just be like rotten like not like just skeletons instead of rotten corpses. Like if you actually just wait for the corpses to decompose, it speeds things up quite a bit actually. You don't worship the right god, can't keep you. And you take your significant other with you. That sucks. You also don't worship the right god. It's a very slow-moving dwarf back there. You worship the wrong god. Take your deity, not your deity, your significant other with you. You're a shearer. You also worship the wrong god. Man, we're not doing well this run. You also worship the wrong god. Who's attacking us with this religious freedom? Also, why is that blacksmith? Does he just live there now? I guess he does. I'm just gonna forbid everything that's down there, so that they stop grabbing those boulders. Don't really need them dragged or anything. So I don't know how dramatic that drowning tool will be, but eventually I'll need something to test it on. Right, so this is going to be our actual kitchens and food storage. Mostly food storage. Although it's going to be it's going to tell me in a second that I'm too close to the edge of the map, which is fine. Wow, they finally finished making the pedestals. But yeah, no, usually I play in the default region size. 2 more subscribers to 3,000 on YouTube. 2 more. 2 more. So if you subscribe on YouTube, you could be my 3,000th subscriber, which would definitely boost my ego slightly. And we all know that I need my ego boosted. It's not big enough already. A human spearman is fighting with a wolverine. That being said, I don't really blame the human spearman for fighting with the wolverine. Wolverines are assholes. Like seriously, wolverines are assholes. I would totally fight with a wolverine if I encountered one near my trade caravan. Beat the crap out of it. Or attempt to. And probably fail horribly. Most likely just fail horribly. Seriously though, wolverines are one of those creatures and I'm like, why do you exist? They're horrible fucking monsters. Although I'm pretty confident that whenever they do release screenshots of the Dwarf Fortress UI, I will hit 3,000 subscribers, even if I don't hit it in the next day. Although I probably will. I tend to get like between 2 and 5 new subscribers on YouTube a day. So. Which isn't confusing at all, considering subscribing on YouTube is free and subscribing on Twitch isn't. I remember that wording confusing the ever-living hell out of me initially. Also, nice circle have some tea. Or Vin in chat. Kitten slid off the bed head first while asleep. Aww. It's okay. Kittens have hard heads. They've got tough heads. Don't worry. They're just like small children. They bounce. Bow, bow, bow. Let's make a wood furnace down here. And a smelter. Actually, you know what? Let's not put it in there. Let's put those up here. I can't wait for a Forgotten Beast to just show up and wreck this fortress. Frankly. Like, it's going... It literally is inevitable, the way I'm building those fortresses. And I'm doing it kind of intentionally. Because we worship the god of caverns. We must live in the caverns. Our god demands it. We must live deep in the earth in the caverns. 'Tis the will of Deller. The diamond mines. One of the cats I used to have was super dumb and couldn't really hoist himself onto high ledges, but it never stopped him from trying. It was very entertaining. He was like part ragdoll, so he would just kind of like flop off of things. I think the kitten's fine. Yeah. Cats have an extremely high pain tolerance. You know what? Screw it. Axon, you can join. You've asked to join for like 10 years. You don't worship our god, but we'll permit you to join the fort. And just so that you can get pants. What are the white backwards D's? Those are clearly lowercase a's. And they're alpacas. Yeah, they're alpacas. White backwards D's. Now that you pointed out, that the lowercase a in that font kind of does look like a backwards D, doesn't it? It's funny. But yeah, Clam Alpha, they're alpacas. There are a big ol' herd of alpacas. Winter is upon us. But welcome to the stream, Climb Alpha. While the game decides to save. And we wait while Armok does mysterious things. You were using some shiny new skin. I like this one. It's a nice balance between ASCII and shiny. So things like beds and walls and barrels stand out clearly for the uninitiated, and doors and such. But you don't have the lag problems that fancy graphics do. ASCII should be king in some way. Yeah, I mean, I use this tile set because it's a modified version of Krug Smashes, and Krug Smash is the biggest YouTuber for Dwarf Fortress, so a lot of people will watch Krug Smash videos on Thursdays and then come over to YouTube, and I always get a couple people almost every Thursday that I stream Dwarf Fortress that pop into the channel that just discovered Krug Smash and are looking for streams. So to me, I think it's a good way to go. Even if it's not, 100% ideal, it works. Excuse me. Some weird ass sounds happening outside. Sounds like a really big street cleaner or something. Yeah, I don't know. I like tile sets like this because they leave more open to the imagination. That's actually something that I'm very worried about with the Steam version. Is suddenly the game's going to have like a canon look, if you will. Like it's going to have a very specific style that a lot of people are going to be used to seeing. And so because of that, it's going to be kind of... It's going to be kind of tricky, really. Because all of a sudden people are going to have like this canon image of what Dwarf Fortress should look like, regardless of whether or not that's how the wider community feels. So I'm not entirely certain how I feel about that. The nice thing about ASCII and the way the workshops work is it leaves a lot kind of open to the imagination, you know? And that's something that I really, really like about Dwarf Fortress in its current state and its current look. ASCII is canon? Yeah, of course it's canon. But there's going to be a lot of normies that don't think that, you know? But I completely agree. It's going to be interesting, Archie. I mean, at least initially when the Steam version comes out. Hey, Squog. How was work? At least initially when the Steam version comes out, I will be playing the Steam version. And it's going to be curious to see what happens after a couple of weeks or months when I jump back over to this one. Oh, in the Steam version? Yeah. I mean, the Steam version is going to be just as moddable as this version, so it's not really going to matter all that much. Like, literally, it's not going to matter at all. Because they're the same game. So the Steam version is just as moddable. So you'll just go into the INI files and swap out the tile set, so it's not going to change much in that regard. Kind of need a new job. Oh, really? I mean, if you're getting in early, or if you're getting in late and leaving early, yeah, there's problems. That's not good. Now's not the time to be job hunting, though. I know your issues with the job, but, like, why are you getting into work late and leaving early? With a flap disk? Is it just getting monotonous? You need a job that you're passionate about, dude. I know that that's always cheesy as shit to say, but like... You need a job that you enjoy. Of course, that's the dream, and it's a dream that unfortunately not everybody gets to succeed at, but... It's a dream that I hope more people get to experience and have. But yeah, no, when the Steam version comes out, I'm gonna start off with the Steam tile set and then eventually move over or move back. But the thing is, the Steam version is going to have text will be text built in, like multi-layer tile sets. So I'm hoping that there will be compatibility for these old school tile sets with that setting, and I think that'll be really cool looking. There's some screenshots of people using this tile. Actually, hold on, let's see if I can find it. Yeah, hold on. Just let me search through the Reddit for a minute. Can I ask what your passion is, Jellybud? All right. Just looking for a particular Reddit post. It was pretty heavily upvoted, so it shouldn't be too hard to find. And then I'll show it to you once I find it. Which is a very similar version of this tile set, but using text will be text, which allows you to see multi-Z levels. Multiple levels at once. Literally scrolling through most upvoted Reddit posts from this year. Had around 400. How old is your dwarf? I don't know. Just let me look. After I find this post. Still digging for it. It's like I've dug this far. I might as well scroll until I find it, right? Not having much luck here. Can you have a dwarf? Yeah, fuck it. I'm not gonna bother with this. How old is your dwarf, Bastet? Assuming your dwarf's still in the fort. 59 years old, Bastet. Just a minor or something random otherwise? We got plenty of minors. Brahms. First dwarf named today. Nobody wants to be in this fortress because this fortress is awful. You have 4 notable kills. You killed a bunch of elves. She's 26, born on the 26th of Granite in the year 126. Her teeth are tangled and she has a very broad chin. Her slightly flattened short ears are somewhat narrow and her head is somewhat tall. Yeah, you're middle-aged, like not even middle-aged for a dwarf. You're in like your late 20s, early 30s for a dwarf. She never feels discouraged, and she enjoys being in crowds, and only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she can easily fall in love. She can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments. She could be considered rude, and she is quick to form negative views about things. She is fairly important. She feels she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she is a bit stubborn when changing her mind. She can handle stress. She gnaws her lips when she's annoyed, and she becomes very focused during conversations when she's trying to remember something. She scratches her ear when she's thinking, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. There you go. Is that vampire still berserk? Yeah, that vampire is still berserk. Poor guy. It's good to see you, Brahms. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I don't know. I will try and find that Reddit thread later, but like essentially like I'm excited to be able to have native support for multi-layer tile sets in the vanilla game on Steam. That's something that I'm very much looking forward to, especially if Tarn does any kind of optimizing for it. Because if there's any kind of optimization done to that stuff, that's going to be a big deal. Frankly, it's going to be a huge deal. But I know I am really curious to see how much the tile set preference splits the audience. I'm actually kind of really worried about that, to be completely honest with you guys, because I can tell you right now, I can tell you right now that I will use the Steam version at least for a bit, but I also can tell you that I much prefer this tile set. So it's gonna be kind of a tricky thing, but I'd like to use the Steam version's features with this tile set, you know? So I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. Yeah, right, Brahms? Right? I mean, I've messed about with it just to like see what it looks like, but that's about it. Aside from that, I've done almost no messing about with it. Let's do wood furnace, smelter, and metalsmith's forge. Your own ASCII hybrid kind. I mean, I think most people that played Dwarf Fortress before Steam will probably go back to some form of their old tile set, because you know it's what you're used to, right? I think that the most important thing about a tile set is that it helps keep your imagination pure. And if like you can look at something and imagine what it looks like, it's a good tile set. I think that's some of the most important parts of it. Just being able to have an active imagination of what you're looking at. That's the strength of DF, right? Is being able to kind of extrapolate and like imagine the things that are happening, and then from those like narratives that you develop in your head of what's happening, you then from there build a story. And that's the strength of Dwarf Fortress for me. Yeah, well, I mean, the first thing we're going to see is the embark screen. That's what he's been working up to. That's what he's been teasing the most, is the embark screen. So that's the first thing that we're going to see, is that. And then he's going to start working on the in-game stuff. I'm kind of expecting Tuesday. Like I was saying earlier, I actually was asking Victoria, Kit Fox, okay, we're hunting. Kit Fox, community manager, if she could like give me a day's heads up before, or like a couple hours even heads up before they post it. But she's like, she's not sure if Tarn's just gonna post it on the website or if they're gonna get them first. So, gonna be curious. It's gonna be curious for sure. Also, honestly, chat, to those of you watching Dwarf Fortress right now, can I get a big old round of beers in chat? And I just want to say that one of my biggest goals since I've started streaming DF is to kind of be a rock for this directory. Like, Dwarf Fortress didn't really have a lot of people that streamed it back when I started, and I realized that was a problem very quickly. And something that I like to do and try and do my best at is to support other Dwarf Fortress channels. So, like, honestly, if you want to watch Dwarf Fortress some days and you're like, man, blind's on, just go watch somebody with 6 viewers. Go support those small guys sometimes. Like, obviously, I like it when people watch my stream, but I want to see other channels grow too, because that's the thing that will actually give this directory longevity, is if other streams grow too, which is why I've been super happy to see Sal doing really well, especially when I was on break. And seeing other channels grow through Dwarf Fortress, because frankly, without other channels growing, it makes things a little sketchy. So to those of you that watch DF and support other channels as well, thanks. Thanks for giving this directory some future, because for a very long time, there really wasn't anybody streaming it. And there's been channels starting up, and I've been kind of saying for ages that I genuinely think that this game is really good for streaming. We just need people to actually stream it. So. But then again, I feel that way about a lot of games. Let's make this flooring all granite. Oh, hey, Epion. What's up, dude? Epion CF is the developer of Jupiter Hell, which you may have seen yesterday, which we did a couple runs of until I got too tired. Check out on past VODs, yeah. Gotten some other Jupiter Hell streams together recently, too. So there's not just me, which is kind of nice to see. VODs are pretty good. We had one good run on an easier difficulty, and then I smacked my face against Ultraviolence for a bit. And then played Trackmania. Finally, my screaming into the void is helping. Turns out it takes a while, but... You know, there's part of me that just kind of wants this fort to crash and burn. Not that I don't like this fort, it's just... I know that the gimmick doesn't really work now. So there's part of me that's just kind of sitting here going like, okay, come on, big forgotten beast. Do your waste. I thought you already left, Nimsters. Go have a good night. Go sleep. Make new fort? What, like right now? Hopefully tomorrow. We'll see you when we see you. And no problem, Nimsters. Glad you enjoyed the stream. I mean, new fort will still be in this world. I kind of need a gimmick for a new fort. Like, I don't know. I'm not entirely bored of this fort, but like, I kind of just want to finish this underground area, you know? But I'm still kind of just, because I kind of just want to see this fort crash and burn. I guess I could just like go poke some gobs or something. Did my camera just shut off? Because it just beeped at me. Yeah, it did shut off. Huh. Why did it do that? I wonder if the battery died. Shouldn't have, though. Hold on. Let me try this. Yay for new hardware. Interesting. There we go. Just need to turn it back on. I don't know why it decided to shut itself off. Maybe it overheated. No! No, it's not that hot at all. No! Just kind of decided to turn off. Okay. Your fort's worship of a singular religion? I mean, we could do that. What do you guys think, chat? Do you think that this fort would commit ritual seppuku? If they did, it would have to happen in here. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. Game just lagged dramatically for a moment. Also, this is the best tool ever. I was learning that you can just hit C to cancel jobs. Want to do some researching? Maybe the new fort tries to make nice with goblins. I don't think that there's any legitimate way in game to do that. Maybe poison the cave mushrooms. Yeah. Well, we do worship the god of caverns, right? We do worship the god of caverns. Should find out what's at the bottom. Or how far the caverns go. Gold statues and stuff. I mean, I could smelt some gold. Oops. How much alcohol do I have? 31. Brew, drink from plant, 10. Brew, drink from fruit, 50. I'm just digging straight through there. Caution to the wind. We've struck native gold. We're actually striking a lot of gold. Trying to think of creative, interesting ways. I mean, I could totally just drown everybody. Fuck, that's a lot of gold. Like, holy shit, that's a lot of gold. Like, good God, that's a lot of gold. Well, gold doesn't have many practical uses, usually furniture. Gold furniture is generally like kind of one of the better things to do with gold. Child has a strange mood. Yeah, usually furniture, goblets. You can make statues. You could make bricks from gold if you really wanted to. I was gonna say, I'll bet you that these web collectors are gonna have a field day in this lower cavern layer. Like, check this area out. They're having a fucking field day down here. Also, in order to make... Oops, that's the wrong menu. I need to chop a bunch of trees down. There's so many spider webs in this cavern layer. It's a little bit ridiculous. Like, just a little bit ridiculous. Spider hunt? I mean, not really. That's all gold designations. We're going to mine out all that gold. After we're done digging that really deep pit that we're working on. Or that deep stairwell. Oh, there we go. Mossy Griffin is going to go fell a tree. I love caverns. Caverns in Dwarf Fortress are so freaking cool. Every now and again, I'll run into a new Dwarf Fortress player who's like, yeah, no, I haven't been in any of the caverns. And I'm like, why? They're so fucking pretty. There's no alcohol? That's not possible. Like, actually, that's not possible. The dwarves will go insane. That's like saying, how about a fortress with no bed? With no beds. The dwarves need alcohol. It's like you need oxygen. That's, yeah. No, unless you want to have some sort of human fortress, you can't do that. I mean, there's plenty of webs, don't worry. There's more where those came from. Yeah, I guess we'll start a new fort tomorrow. We'll finish this one today. Don't know entirely how I'm going to finish it yet. We'll get there. We've struck more native gold. This entire cavern is just full of frickin' gold. Like, it's actually a little bit ridiculous. What tile set this is? I mean, you could just ask me. I know what tile set it is. It's my own tile set. It's a modified version of Krug Smash's exclamation point tile set. I think that there's a walkway down to the next cavern lair. Holy crap, this is a deep map. 178, eh? 178 sea levels. Good lord. Yeah, exclamation point tile set and you'll download it. Also, don't take this personal, Strizzy, but one of my pet peeves is when people talk in my chat like I can't see it. Like when people are just like, does anybody know what thing the streamer is using? It's like, I read chat. What do you take me for? Some kind of YouTube streamer? Child has begun a mysterious construction, methinks. Nye has run out of coffee. This makes me sad. No, it's all good. Don't worry about it. It's just, I think it's kind of funny, that's all. There's so much gold down here. Holy crap. But yeah, no, the walls are modified. The floors are modified. I have the classic N instead of like the little spooky ghost animations he uses. Bunch of things are tweaked. Dwarves are completely custom. The military dwarves are completely custom. Made a bunch of small changes. Because I want it to be familiar to people. But I don't want to just use his tile set, you know? I think it's good if stuff is recognizable to people. That's ominous. Tulon Onoltan. The dwarven child has created Atol Levan, a pig bone coffin, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Torsid Gorgerth. I'll say Tosid Gorgerth was one of the first kings. It's worth 45,600. This is a pig bone coffin. A craft worship is of the highest quality. It is studded with rose gold and encircled with bands of pig bone. This object is adorned with hanging rings of rock salt and menaces with spikes of brass. On the item is an image of Ognet, Wheel Caves, the dwarf, and Merchant White the human in Gabbro. Merchant White is striking down Wheel Caves, and the artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Forlorn Stalker, Wheel Caves, by the zombie human artist is in the Assault of Growls. Oh, in the Teeth of Curiosity in the Midsummer of 112. I missed that bit. On the item is an image of a Salon Marketeur, the dwarf in Gabbro. On the item is an image of an oval-cut gem in apricot wood. The artwork relates to the destruction of the figure of vegetation in the Spike of Zealots in the mid-spring of 147. Raw amethyst coffin? I like raw amethyst. I like raw gem barrels. Those are always really cool to me. All right, so I'm going to dedicate this to I'm going to give this to our expedition leader. I think that our expedition leader has worked very hard and thus earned this. No one got an undead invasion sent after you? Really? Well, we finally hit the caverns. Or the lava. There's so much gold down here. It's a little bit nuts. Okay, so I'm just going to go all the way down and just automate all of this gold. Long story short, my dwarves are going to be busy for a bit. All right. I'm going to make a slightly bigger tomb than the others, and this is going to be designated to the expedition leader. But it's going to take a little while for them to do that now that I think about it, because they're currently busy on doing all that stuff down at the bottom. That's fine, though. Kind of curious about how deep this goes. But yeah, no, I love memorable artifacts. I think most of my most memorable artifacts have all been, like, musical instruments, generally. I had a raw adamantine aban, which was basically a raw adamantine harp, which was kind of awesome. One of the coolest artifacts I've ever had. Yeah. Heads up, chat. Investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. The king of investments hasn't been in today, so... Also, 5 hours of stream. Thanks to those of you hanging out. Although, important question. Have I hit... 3,000 subscribers on YouTube yet? I need 2 more subscribers on YouTube to hit 3,000. So if you want to be awesome and help me hit 3,000 subs on YouTube, there's a link to a YouTube video, which is on my YouTube channel. Thanks, Optics. Cheers, friend. A lot of archives go up there. I try and not upload more than 1 video per day. But it's generally a lot of stream archives, but there's also going to be, you know, shorter stuff, edited stuff, and stuff that is news about DF. So if you're into DF stuff, it's basically all I put on that channel. I think they're going to be mining out all this gold for a while. As well as these gems. Oh my god. Just kind of keeps going. Yeah, they're going to be at that for a while. Oh, guess what? We found the 3rd cavern lair. You've discovered a deep, expansive cavern, deep underground. What the heck is that? A creepy crawler. Don't see those very often. Cave vermin. Interrupted by Crundle, eh? Shoutouts to Crundles. They be trolling. I need 1 more subscriber to get 3,000 on YouTube. All right, so now we get to start dealing with Crundles and all those other problems. This is going to be a fun bit. I don't normally care about YouTube goals, but big 0s and big 5s are fun. Considering in January of this year, I want to say I had 800 YouTube subs. It's gone up a little bit, and that makes me happy. So I'm going to put that fancy-ass coffin right there. It's going to be dedicated to our incredibly hardworking and wonderful expedition leader, Vin. Who, oddly enough, is, like, still kind of sane. Like, feels empathy when being cried on by an unhappy citizen. You just feel a lot of empathy. Kind of uneasy after being unable to acquire something. A little lonely, kind of annoyed about the rain. But in general, like, you never become angry. It's private to the point of paranoia. It's a good dwarf. Walks a little slowly when carrying boulders, but is a good dwarf. Okay, so we now have, like, more gold than we know what the fuck to do with. Like, look at all of this gold. All of this is all gold. It's a little bit ridiculous, actually. Just a little bit ridiculous. Let's put a wood stockpile up here. And a bar/block stockpile in here. So this will just be bars, no blocks. Just metal bars. Yeah, you can just be wood. That's perfect. Doo-doo. Time to mint coins? Yeah, kinda. Actually, aren't I making charcoal? Yeah, I've got somebody making charcoal. How are we doing for alcohol? 140? Smelt gold. 50. Someone's got to have smelting. Although I've literally got only dwarves hauling stuff right now. No idlers. Gotta love it. Love to see it. Oh, you guys are going all the way out there. You know what? Screw this dumb outside above ground wood. Just screw it. We're gonna go for that cool underground wood. That's what I want. That nice, colorful underground wood. Some migrants have arrived, eh? Can't take you. Poor gem cutter. How about this trapper? Also can't take you, even though your child's not present, but... That's probably your child. Never mind. No, I can't. It's always frustrating when they're just like, but I can't go away. My kid's not here. And they're like, I can't send him away. His kid's not here. Kid never shows up. Did you really have a kid? Or did you just not want to get expelled? Although, who would want a child to live in a place like this? Let's be honest. I know I certainly wouldn't. Man, you got 3 apprentices? Including Chocobo, who died in our prisons. I wonder why you would want to come to a place where I wonder why you would want to come to a place where your apprentice died. A monastery is the best place for a child? Sure. Just don't tell the priests about the kid. They're never to be trusted. And you and your 3 children can all leave. Does this game allow expulsion if their allies claims to have children? What do you mean? Or if their alias claims to have children? No. If their child is not present and they claim to be bringing a child, you can't expel them. Obviously, you can kill them, but... What if I put them all into a platform and drop the platform into lava? I think that would be a pretty good way to go. I think that's what we're going to do. I think that's how I'm going to end this fort. Playground is about to get hot a little bit, yeah. Burrow and drop, yep. Everybody except for the, Actually, because I had a very specific request. I'm gonna leave 1 dwarf alive. Because I had a very specific request. There's... Eric Shadowblade from the world of YouTube wishes to... Let's try that. Just trying to, like, speculate stuff. Wishes to roam the world and show up in another fort. So what if, like, what if, like, that's the one of the dwarf that we use to pull the lever? So burrow everybody. And then have 1 dwarf that, you know, pulls the lever. Also, why'd the frames suddenly get so bad? This dwarf, Eric Shadowblade. You don't mind roaming? Well, that or we just do everybody. It's almost like the captain going down with the ship, but more dwarfy. Well, I like this fort because our expedition leader is so... What's the word? Secretive. We don't know what the expedition leader is planning, so we can just kind of extrapolate based on that, right? And you know, these dwarves have been promised to be reconnected with their god. That's why they came here. This is, of course, the only reason why you would come to a fort like this. Besides, they've been blessed with great riches in the form of gold. So thus they must return to their god. Quiet day on Twitch today. Pretty much, Goats, yeah. Ritual self-suicide. Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, and everything that a dwarf could wish for. Gold death masks. I'm just kind of like imagining something from Saw, but made of solid gold. punching a lot of Crundles right now. A whole lot of Crundles. I kind of feel bad for Crundles. I kind of like Crundles. I know they're like horrible creatures bent on evil and destruction. They're just too small to really do any damage. They're just too small and annoying. It's like getting attacked by a mouse. It's like, oh god, there's fucking Crundles everywhere. And they're like, "Rawr, die!" Their existence must be pain, right? Like imagining being the most evil creature in the world, but also being too brittle, small, and insignificant to actually do any damage to the things that you want to horribly murder. It's kind of sad. Making a big old table. That's gonna be our new tavern. And we've smelted some native gold. Start making gold goblets. 10. Gold coin. 30. Gold. Just keep smelting gold. I think I queued up too much digging. I really just want them to go do the thing that they're supposed to do. The hell are you going? There you go. You're going for the one that I need you to go for. All right, let's see where this lava sea is. Assuming we even hit it. The one problem with this is it is going to take a while to grow it out. Dig it out. All right, where the hell is this magma sea? Okay. So my god, there's a lot of gold down here. Like, good lord. Like, this is a sparse minerals world. Sparse. Like, holy crap, this is a sparse minerals world. That's ridiculous, in my opinion. How much gold there is down here. Like, we've struck it bloody rich. It's kind of crazy. Although, you know, Goats, I've been staring at that message that you put in the chat a little bit ago for a little bit now, and I've been thinking, you know, their existence might be pain, But I think that there's a lot of creatures in Dwarf Fortress where their existence is pain. It's kind of unfortunate, but I think that that's kind of the reality of dwarfs. Kobold's existence is probably pain, too. Like balls of flesh. Sponge people. What other thing could they possibly feel if not pain? Rams has become a weaver. Question is, who's brave enough to mine that out? Some things may not be sentient. You don't think the balls of flesh are sentient? They seem pretty intentional in their movements. Found it. Raw adamantine. Multiple raw adamantine. Also, holy crap. We got so close. Can a lurking get some homework done? Alrighty, Suey. This is going to take forever to dig out. Absolutely forever. But it'll be okay. It'll be worth it. But you enjoy the lurks and you enjoy your homework. Hopefully it's fun homework. It's been a weirdly quiet stream. It was popping earlier, but it's... Things have just, like, slowed right down to a Monday. I think it's just kind of that time of day where, like, everybody went to bed all at once, you know? Hey, T. How we doing? Thumbs up. Good stuffs. Hopefully you're enjoying your Monday. No, I mean, like, we had 80 people chilling around here earlier. So, at some point, we shedded 30. That's what I mean, photo. And for me, like, 80 is kind of a good number of people that watching. 50 is a little on the low end. Not complaining. It's just more of an observation more than anything. So we slowed right down to a Monday. I just kind of got to wait for the other dwarves. For me, the definition of this is it's going to be, well, that's one way to end a fort. Well, chat, press 1 if you put my stream up in the background while at work. No, it's around... Okay, so there's usually like 2 dips in viewers for me every day. Hot Cup, there's like around 1 to 3 p.m. there's usually a dip. And it's because A lot of the European people who watch me go to bed. And then there's generally another one at around 5 p.m. where the Eastern time people go to bed. You would do that if you worked? Fair enough. Nothing like getting a new keyboard. I took my whole keyboard apart recently and cleaned it out with this little brush. There's finally no more cat hair in my keyboard. Took me like easily 2 hours to just clean the whole thing out. Taking all of the individual keycaps off. I did it while I was on my break. Me short break from stream. Oh, no, I didn't. My manager still has a... Just takes you forever to go manage work orders. Statue. Gold. 1. Related to a historical figure. Deller. The Diamond Mines. Make a statue of our god out of gold. I kind of wish that I could have 2 of those goals running. Those big community goals. Because then I could have one that's just like, make blind take a day off. And then make blind skip a day off. Whose side are you on? This is going to be a lot of canceling. Whoa, wrong button. I'm still kind of thinking about what we could do for the next fort. Like, I'm already thinking about what I want to do for the next fort once I'm finishing the one before it. It's a tough one. 'Cause I've got the Warmonger fort going on the community fort, so I don't know if I necessarily want to just do a whole bunch of war. Yeah, I don't know. It's a toughie. It's certainly a toughie. Oh. Stukos has been possessed. Interesting. Your Craftsdorf. But I have Craftsdorf shop right there. Ah, you're a talented glassmaker. That's fun. About your next fort beforehand? Handling Forgotten Beasts. It's pretty easy to avoid Forgotten Beasts once you kind of know how to avoid Forgotten Beasts. I mean, my Fortress Obscure Heat was the last one that ended suddenly. I was just chilling and hanging out, and then it suddenly just got horribly murdered by a small handful of intelligent undead that got in the back door. It was kind of like, oh. The brass garnish. The tavern is now open again, dwarves. Now is space to dance. I don't generally have forts end super suddenly, though. I mean, I have had plenty end super suddenly, but not many end suddenly recently. It's always fun when they do, though. It can often be pretty spectacular. The thing about this particular fort is the population is so low, we're never really going to get invaded, so... Lesson learned and put a roof on everything? Yep. Yep. Just wait until the day when the invaders learn to dig. Because that'll happen. Many, many, many dwarves are dreading that day. Myself included. The mishandling of burrows that ends your military by your dwarves failing to pull the bridge lever. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but that's stuff that you just get good at eventually. And will eventually cease being an issue. Even though sometimes, like, you know, it can seem like, oh, this is going to be impossible. I'll never remember this. But, like, eventually you will. You will eventually. Trust me. If you keep your eyes open, yeah. It's actually surprisingly good at teaching you to play if you just know how to look for it. And making you realize that you make very dumb mistakes all the goddamn time. That's the one that I remember. Trying to think, like, what's a dumber way I've lost a fort? I lost a fort because somebody left a boulder in a doorway. I had this artifact door that I was very excited to have, and I was like, well, I could just use this as my front door and lock it whenever there's a siege because door destroyers can't break down artifact doors, and someone just fucking dropped a boulder in the doorway. Everything just piled in and killed me. Oh, you like your team at work? Loves it? It's funny. I mean, you can micromanage without being an asshole. Sloth.
Poop.
Welcome back. Chat, can I get a proper round of beers for poop? Everybody does it. Nobody likes it. It's good to have you back, Sloth. Thanks for spending time here. I'm glad we got to hang out before the great boredom apocalypse happens. You know, this is gonna make me seem very insecure, but it's kind of true. There's always a small part of me that is always a little bit shocked that people come back every month. I mean, like, I probably shouldn't be. But there's always a small part of me that's like, wow, you haven't gotten bored of me yet. Like so many others have. Thank you for continuing to watch. This is the fastest way to do this. Really? Oh, my dwarves are eating. Eating and drinking. How dare they? I do hope that at some point in the future, we kind of get to a point where there's a larger number of people that are looking to watch Dwarf Fortress, though. Possessed by unknown fortress, and you've claimed a glass furnace. Best of luck, Dwarf. We're committing ritual suicide. Save Sloth. I've enjoyed this fort, but widely the experiment has failed. So I have decided to make a temple to the god that we worship, Deller, and pull a lever and drop them all into lava. The problem is it's literally just going to be like everything is instantly over. It's going to be a very sudden end. I don't generally end forts by murdering everybody, but in this case, it's like, well, I've kind of thought of this whole fort as a cult fort, so let's drop them all into the lava. Yeah, a cult pastime. Nothing like a cult Friday, you know what I'm saying? But Senko Fluff, hello, how are you? Besides melting in the EU heat, we've had some days here in Canada that have been brutally hot. So yeah, we've had some days that have been ridiculously hot. Spent last night in the hospital due to mushroom shenanigans? That's not good. Be careful with those. Wait, like as in eating a poisonous mushroom or as in eating a magic mushroom and having health problems? Like what? So you went to the hospital? I mean, that stuff will fade. How much did you have? Yeah, I think that's ego death is the term for it. You ended up naked in a theater bathroom. Like a movie theater bathroom? Just be more careful, man. This is why you do that stuff in a safe space. I can tell. I think somebody took too many mushrooms. So ego death is when you think that you are no longer in your body and you have a out-of-body experience. I have no experience with those things either. How fucking big was it? There's actually a very, very, very... If you're interested in learning about psychedelics, there's a very good documentary not on YouTube, on Netflix called Have a Good Trip. It's a very good documentary. You shouldn't be taking more than 10 grams, dude. Especially for your first round. Unless it's not your first, but still. Like, I'd recommend like 5 grams. Start off small. I mean, if you're spending the night in the hospital, I think you've overdone it. Yeah, hopefully it was fun, aside from the part where you woke up in hospital. You did start small? A 15 to 20 grams isn't small. Why is that unfortunately? The high made you want more? Right. Well, I don't know. I'm in full support of psychedelics. Like I'm not anti-psychedelics at all, but I'm also in full support of like having someone with you to help you. So that doesn't happen? Exactly. You need a trip sitter or like someone who's used to helping with that shit. Because like not like you're gonna die eating mushrooms, but you could certainly hurt yourself, you know? Testing out this new light. Cause I bought me a little ring light. Can be seen right there. See? It's the big glowy sun thing. I think that's lit me up enough. What do you think, chat? It's really helped you work through a lot of your trauma. No, I mean, it will. That's the thing. But, like, you want to work through your... Oh, hey. The glassmaker found everything they needed. Bunch of raw green glass, cherry opals, alpaca cloth, tin bars, lead bars. It'll be a heavy artifact, whatever it is. But, like, here's the thing, right? It certainly will help you work through your trauma. But it's... You want to work through your trauma and not wake up in a hospital and get a public indecency charge. I'm not saying you got a public indecency charge, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, ideally, you want to work through your trauma and not cause anybody else trauma. Yeah, exactly. You don't want to cause new trauma. Perfect. Especially on other people. But regardless, I'm glad it helped. And this includes, like, trauma on your parents, you know? You're learning a lesson or two? I mean, that part's good. That's good to hear. Although, Safe Sloth, I got a game to recommend to you. Rift Wizard. What kind of game is it? It's a little roguelike. Very, very, very short arcadey roguelike. Here, I'll give you a link. But it's got a really fucking cool magic system. Like a super fucking cool magic system. A green glass vial. Stukos the Craftsdwarf has created Edgagium Natner That, a green glass vial, and claims it as a family heirloom. It's worth 76,800. This is a green glass vial. All Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cherry opals and studded with lead, and decorated with taper baguette green glass gems and alpaca wool, and encircled with bands of single-cut rubicels and octagon-cut clara opals. This object is adorned with hanging rings of apricot wood. On the item is an image of Foggy Quill, the Fed Tactics, a native gold Vudther in green glass. That's one of my previous artifacts. On the item is an image of Astish Ashlings, the Dwarf, and Utes Witchleap, the Goblin, in green glass. Utes Witchleap is shooting Astish. The artwork relates to the shooting of the dwarf Astish by the goblin Forlorn Stalker, Witchleap, gift tools, in the Teeth of Curiosity in the midsummer of 212 during the Circle of the Assault of Growls. On the item is an image of gizzard stones in tin. It's a hell of a vial indeed. It's one bloody hell of an instrument. That I made. It's got the image of it on it. It's maybe one of my favorite artifacts. And there they go. Gizzard stones indeed. Yuck. And I will make a new burrow. Right here. And I will name that burrow Glorious. And I will make this a temple to Deller the Diamond Mines, the Turquoise Church. And you know, we'll put a door right there. But anyway, kind of scrolling back up in chat to what Hot Cup of Tea said. You find psychedelics interesting because they can be super helpful. I think psychedelics are one of the most criminally understudied forms of therapy in existence. Like, I genuinely think that psychedelics are extremely important for human sanity and many other things. But due to fucking dumb law, they're written off as criminal, and it's ridiculous. Very misrepresented, especially in the law. Damn hippies. say it was the hippies. I think it was like it was a combination of racism and fear mongering. I mean, it's legal to get mushrooms in Canada. I'm not entirely certain about synthetic psychedelics, though. I don't want to go saying things that I don't know, because I don't know about synthetics. But I know that mushrooms are legal. You can grow your own. It's just, I don't think it's legal to sell them. Doesn't really stop anybody. You know, these dwarves don't know it right now. Right now, they hate me. But, they'll thank me later in their life. Well, I mean, because Big Pharma would prefer that, there you go. You know what? We'll let you two stay. Because Big Pharma would prefer that, we keep paying for expensive medicines that only they have the instructions to make, instead of stuff that's super easy to make in your home. Like, it's a combination of capitalism and government misunderstanding. I mean, there's two incredibly good documentaries that I recommend everybody read. First one is Have a Good Trip, documentary about psychedelics on Netflix. And the second one is Grass is Greener, a documentary about weed on Netflix. Both of them are very important. No Tantrum Spiral. We're ending the fort, but I'm not going to end it via Tantrum Spiral. The experiment was a failure, so ritual suicide. It's very culty. You might be able to tell what I'm building. I've built a temple down here. And I have this burrow. I am burning it all. They are going to stand on this platform deep in the depths and in front of the statue of their god. And probably a statue with gold floors. Like, I've got so much gold. And we're going to say screw it all. Although any chat members who wish there better be an artifact statue, no, it's just a statue. Any any people who wish for their dwarves to be expelled, let me know. If you have a dwarf in the fort. What was the experiment? I wanted to see if I could recruit dwarves to us, if I could convince dwarves into joining a specific religion. I wanted to see if I could have a fort that was where everybody worshipped one religion. And long story short, no, not really. Expel you? All right, we'll do that before the end. You want to embrace Armok? Your dwarf is dead, so good luck with that. That was where I lived for a really long time, Duvin. Wasn't an actual religion member, there'd be like 3 dwarves left. Well, actually, not 3. 5. There's 28 worshippers in the fort. You'd like to be a reoccurring character? Okay. But I'm gonna keep all the dwarves around until this area is complete, you know? Did I just suspend that? Yeah, I did. Yeah. Yeah, I don't normally end forts in fire, so I think that this is quite fitting. Thanks for contributing. Screw it. I like those goals. I'm really happy that they did those. That was a very heavily requested feature when Twitch added channel points. It's been a while since you were able to join. What happened to the giant pill you were going to drop into the magma sea? I dropped it into the magma sea. Although, we have to kill this first. The Forgotten Beast. Honibo Oda has come. A scaly flatworm. It has a broad shell and it appears to be emaciated. Its scales are round and set far apart. Beware, it's poisonous gas. What happened to the magma? It kind of splashed it like 60% worked. Okay, so chat, I'm gonna let you guys make the decision here. Do we try and fight it and then go underground? Or do I tell them to go underground, expel the dwarves, and then drop it? What do I do? No, we're not going to do that. Because our weapons are minimal. This thing could very easily kill all of the dwarves. I think it would be a good story reason for the dwarves to be like, oh god, Forgotten Beast. Personally. Use the expelled dwarves to fight it? Fuck no. No, the whole point of expelling dwarves is to let some dwarves survive. Sullivan. It's like literally I'm letting people be reoccurring characters if they want to. I know Eric has asked to be a reoccurring. Can you mod in Kool-Aid? I mean, poisons already exist in Dwarf Fort. I'm just gonna do it now. It's not gonna be as glamorous as I would like it to be, but I think it's fitting story-wise. Give the dwarves a minute to get underground. Also, I'm aware that our weapons are minimal and we have no armor. It's going to be very distracted by the... livestock of alpacas. Although I have to ask a question. Does anybody here want their dwarf expelled instead of sent into combat against this thing? Poor alpacas? You know, they're doing their job, frankly. Although there's a monster slayer. Oh, and it's not even going to go fight them. So Bass, oh, I can't actually expel you. Your child's not present. I'm sorry. Where's Brahms? I know Patola said that they wanted to be a reoccurring character, so I'm going to send you to Mirror Glaze. Brahms. You have a child, yeah, and your child is not present, so I can't expel you. I think you actually have quite a few children. That's a rather frustrating bug, I'm not gonna lie. I'm assuming it's a bug, I don't know. That's what we're doing, we're ignoring the beast. It is indeed time. Didn't actually get a chance to hook all those levers up, so I will just simply deconstruct these. I hope all the dwarves made it onto the platform. That looks like all of them. Including, Quithi Nakafori, the monster slayer. Oh, that's someone's pet goose. Let's deconstruct that pillar. And that pillar. Oh. Whoops. Pablo. Look at this very surprised magma crab. Well, you're here right in time for the end. Pablo the Woodcrafter. And Flowy Ghost. Within the last season, he was irritated when thirsty. I'm all right, says Melville the Weaver. You sure about that, buddy? My favorite part about this is the surprised magma crab. Hey, King, how are you? A diplomat has left unhappy. Shit, I wonder why. Yeah, very unhappy. Shoutouts to this dwarf, Melville the Weaver, who's still hanging in there. Oh! Melville has assumed the position of expedition leader of the Rights of Equivalence. Are you immune to magma, my dwarf? Oh, there you go. Not for long indeed, yeah. Your settlement has crumbled to its end. I'm in charge now, motherfucker!